This happened years ago, when I was 19. I'm now in my mid-20s. I still remember this very clearly because of just how creeped out I was. Back then, I was living 600 plus miles away from my parents in a different state. Even though there was a distance, my mom and I still spoke on the phone at least 2 times a week, and we were still really close. So when we found out her cancer was back, I didn't think twice about dropping everything to drive down to see her. A plane ticket would have been too expensive, and I had a 10-year-old Toyota that might have been a bit beat up, but still got me from A to B cheaply and quietly. My parents weren't thrilled at the idea of me driving the 11 hours by myself, but my mind was made up. So they offered me a deal. I would stop at a rest stop every 2 to 3 hours and stretch my legs and call them. And in exchange for this courtesy, they would pay for my gas. If I didn't call within the 3-hour window though, they would assume I'd been in an accident and call me repeatedly, interrupting the audiobook or podcast they knew that I would have on. I gladly accepted the deal. And that's why I found myself at this particular rest stop at 2:45 a.m. This was actually one of the nicer stops. Well lit, multiple vending machines that didn't have huge cages around them. The payphone wasn't broken, and overall, it looked clean. There were a couple of cars with people sleeping in them. I still had 15 minutes before I had to check in with my parents. I got out of my car, stretched, and then almost jumped out of my skin when I heard a man's voice right behind me.
Miss, can I ask you for a favor?
I turned around, and there was a man leaning against my car. I have no idea how he got there so fast. I didn't see him when I parked, but there he was, uncomfortably close to me. He looked to be in his 40s. He didn't look dirty or twitchy. He was too close, but his body language didn't scream threatening in any way. And even though I was 19 years old, barely 5 feet tall, and at that point in my life, 110 pounds soaking wet, add in the fact that I had already binged a lot of true crime media and knew the dangers of a girl my age alone at night with an out-of-state license plate, my dumbass asked what he needed. He told me that he had accidentally locked his keys and his phone inside his truck, and asked if he could just borrow my phone real quick to call his friend. It would just take a second, and it would really help him out. I almost handed him my phone. I was reaching into my pocket to hand it to him with a Pollyanna, no problem. And then I actually looked at his face. Like I said, this rest stop was surprisingly well lit, and this guy looked really normal, except for his eyes. He had dead shark eyes. You know what I'm talking about. It's the Ted Bundy, Dick Cheney, actress in the Glade commercial who is trying to convince us she's in love with a dumbass who doesn't know how air freshener works eyes. They're smiling, but the eyes are vacant and creepy and staring way too hard. I got that feeling, that runaway feeling. I knew immediately not to hand this guy my only way to call for help. So I put on my best customer service smile and told him, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry, but I don't have a charger and I need to save all my battery for the tracking app my parents have on my phone. I need that juice to call my parents as well, which I actually have to do right now, but good luck with your situation." With that, I turned and walked about 20 feet away. But he doesn't leave. He was still just leaning against my car, watching me every step of the way. Now, I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to leave him alone with my car because he creeped me out, and he has that serial killer face. So going off to the bathroom is out. But I also wanted to get away from him, prove I'm not going to help, and maybe he'll leave. I could technically get into the car, but I would have to get really close to him, unless I crawled over my passenger side seat. And it didn't look like he was moving. So I did the first thing that popped to mind. I called my dad. And my dad, for the first time that night, didn't pick up the phone. When I heard his voicemail, I glanced back. That guy still hadn't moved. He was still locked in, staring at me. So I faked a phone conversation with my father. I angled my body so that the guy couldn't see that I had hung up the phone, and loudly said that I should be home in about 30 minutes, when in reality, I was still at least 4 hours away. I mentioned exactly where I was, and reassured the fake caller that this was a good rest stop with plenty of lighting and a couple visible security cameras. The guy still hadn't moved, and now I'm running out of steam on this fake conversation. In the years since, I've thought about a lot of things I could have said while pretending to talk to my dad, but in that moment, I was beginning to seriously freak out, and my mind just went blank. So I hung up and didn't know what to do. I had hoped the fake call would scare him off, but he was still leaning against my car. I stalled for another couple of minutes. I bought cookies from the vending machine, walked around a little. At this point, he's been leaning against my car staring at me for about 10 minutes. I honestly debated waking up one of the men sleeping in their parked cars and asking for help. And just the thought of having to wake someone up to help me get into my own damn car annoyed me enough that I stopped stalling and headed back to my vehicle. I decided that unless he touched me, I'm just going to pretend he isn't there. He waited until I was unlocking my car door before he started talking to me again. He told me once more that he really needs to use my phone. He's stranded here unless he can call his friend to bring his spare key. He's not angry or begging. His voice sounds weirdly friendly. But he had been creepily watching me for way too long while blocking my exit, so I'm not falling for it. I almost pointed out the working payphone, just in case I'm wrong about this and I was being a bitch to a guy who needed help. But then he leaned forward as I was getting in, and I lost all nerve, slammed, and locked the door as fast as I could. He didn't move until I started the car and put it in reverse. That's when he finally stepped back and let me pull out. I didn't even have my seatbelt on. I was so focused on just getting away from him. Halfway out of the rest stop, my mom called me. My mom, who would freak out if I don't pick up and who was already sick. I could still see him in my mirror. He was standing right next to where I was parked with his back to me now. He was far enough away that I felt okay parking once more to answer the phone, but I kept the engine running and kept a watchful eye on him. I don't want my mom to worry, so I told her that everything was fine, where I was, and my ETA. Now that I was locked in my car away from the guy, I was beginning to feel like I had overreacted. She scolds me about speeding, and I tune her out because the guy is now moving. As my mom lectures me about road safety, I watch the guy cross to a truck, unlock the door, and get in. The keys being locked in no longer seemed to be an issue for him. I watched the truck head back out to the freeway and drive out of sight. I had to pretend to be fine to not upset my mom. I didn't end up getting back on the road for another 20 minutes, and when I did, I didn't speed. There was no way that I wanted to catch up and see that truck. I found out years later that the closest city to that rest stop has a major problem with sex trafficking, and that girls who look like they don't live nearby, or maybe look like they are living out of their cars, tend to be targets. I don't know if that was what was happening, or if he was just trying to scare me into handing over my phone. Either way, creepy guy at the rest stop, let's not meet. When I was about 16 years old, I worked at a restaurant as a pianist. It was a nice, semi-formal restaurant, not very trendy, but seen as a well-established place where parents would take their graduating children and elderly couples would have date nights. White tablecloths and fresh flowers on the table. It was a pretty popular place. It was a great gig, especially since I was quite young, and my parents would drop me off in the evenings twice a week, Friday and Saturday nights. It was in an older part of town, the kind of place where you don't go walking at night. I live in South Africa though, so you pretty much never walk at night. We have car guards in most South African cities, and while there are sometimes dodgy guys trying to make some quick drug money because they found a reflective vest in the trash, my restaurant had this wonderful guy. His name was Dottie, and he was a huge dude from Zimbabwe. He'd always walk with me up the path when my parents dropped me off, and come to tell me when my parents had arrived to pick me up. Part of my pay was a free staff meal, and on this occasion, my mother had decided to come in early with me so we could eat together. As we walked in, the owner immediately saw me and dashed over to us, clearly bursting to tell me something. Apparently, earlier that day, a man had come in and asked him if the pianist started at 8 tonight, as usual. The owner had confirmed yes, and asked if he'd wanted to book a table. The man said no, and the owner, seeing that the guy looked like he probably couldn't afford to eat there anyway, had asked why he inquired in the first place. The man then informed him that he'd had a dream, and he was going to come in and marry the pianist. The pianist was his soulmate, and he wasn't going to miss out on this chance to let her know. Quite bewildered at this information, and thinking maybe a friend from school was just playing a joke, I'd asked what the guy looked like. I remember the owner trying to put it nicely. Well, he was sort of short, 30-ish, plump, long hair, and he had a hat on. I had no friends who matched this description, and at this stage, I was the only female pianist at the establishment, so my mother and I were quite weirded out. We sat down on the closed-in balcony to order, right by a big window. It was about 7:45, quite dark outside already, and I was getting ready to leave the table to start playing, when a movement in the shrubs outside the window caught my eye. "Mom," I whispered, and she looked over to where I had jerked my head. There, skulking outside the window and watching us, was a short, very overweight man. He was wearing all black, with a dirty black trench coat and a black fedora. He had long, dark, stringy hair and a large silver cross hanging around his neck. It was a sinking, horrible feeling, realizing that he was watching me. I don't know if it was mostly because I was pretty young and sheltered, or realizing that this strange man knew who I was, what I looked like, thought about me, wanted to marry me. This made me feel almost debilitated with fear. My mom, however, quickly realized that while I was in the view of the window, she wasn't. She told me, "Stay here," got up, and left the table, making sure to stay out of the view of the man. She went to the manager and got him to phone Dottie on his cell phone. We were sitting towards the back of the restaurant, and Dottie was on the street. After about a minute of me sitting there, pretending not to notice the beady-eyed, sweaty-looking man outside, I saw the light of Dottie's torch bouncing off the hedges. From the corner of my eye, I saw the man start to scuffle around, trying to work out which way to go. I took this opportunity to stand up and get away from the window. I sat in the very back until Dottie came in to tell me that it was okay to start playing. They never told me whether the man ran off or had to be removed, or what exactly happened anyway. They wouldn't tell me any details, which sort of just made me more apprehensive about the whole thing. Dottie just said that he wouldn't ever let that man back in. He told me that he drove a rusty red small car. I'd later find out it was a really old Fiat Uno. I found this out because every 2 weeks or so, on one of the nights I was working, it'd be parked down the street, far away enough from the restaurant that Dottie couldn't make him leave, sometimes even around the corner, out of the field of view, until we were driving home. I began to get real familiar with the sound of that car though, the rattly old exhaust pipe, and I knew the license plate number by heart. Sometimes when we drove past, I could see a shadow of the man in the driver's seat. Sometimes I couldn't. That's when I would wonder where he was then. From that point on, my parents had Dottie's number saved to their phones, and my dad would come to get me when it was dark. Sometimes when I was waiting to be picked up if we closed early, I'd start heading down the path to see if my parents were back. Dottie would see me from the gate. Sometimes he would beckon to me to come down and wait with him, and we'd hang out. Sometimes he shook his head. "Not yet, sissy." That's when the car would be down the street. I never really saw that man again, so there was never really anything I could do about it. It was something that was always in the back of my mind though. I continued to play piano at this restaurant through my final year of high school, and then I ended up quitting when Dottie moved back up to Zimbabwe. So, Dottie, my friend and protector, I want to thank you. And creepy black fedora stranger in the rusty red car, I'll be way too happy to never meet again. I've been reading the stories in the sub for a pretty long time, and up until now, I've luckily avoided frightening situations that may be worthy of a post. That is, until this happened about 3 weeks ago. Though I'm generally a slightly paranoid person as it stands, I'm glad to have read so many of these stories. It probably helped me to make a safe decision on that night a few weeks back. I'm a small woman in her early 20s who lives alone in a smallish condo with her cat on the second floor of the building where I moved in a few months ago. There are 2 doors one must enter to get inside my apartment. The first is outside, leading into the building, and the second is obviously my apartment door itself. Tenants have keys for the outside door, which has only one lock, whereas the actual apartment doors have both locks and deadbolts. Otherwise, a visitor must be buzzed in to be allowed inside. For some clarity, there are 8 apartments per building in my complex, with an outside door on either side of the building. My apartment is closer to the back and is situated directly above a currently empty apartment. My downstairs neighbor to the left is my age, the only neighbor I'm close with, and is often away staying with her boyfriend. This means that while I live technically near others, my home is slightly isolated within the complex. There is an outdoor light situated next to the door, but I'd noticed when returning home one evening that the bulb had either broken or burned out, and I hadn't personally thought to contact maintenance to fix it, as it was late and I was tired. There hadn't appeared to be many others home in my building, as the parking lot on my side wasn't particularly full. I was taking care of a few chores around the house at around 10 p.m. Friday night, running the dishwasher and folding laundry. I'd had a long week at school and had arrived home probably an hour to an hour and a half before. My cat was keeping me fine company as I puttered around my house. It's hard to hear much outside while the dishwasher is going, and I was generally distracted, but barely noticed a soft rustling sort of sound outside. It didn't seem too strange, aside from it being repetitive. I really wasn't unnerved at this point, but being constantly anxious anyway, was too frightened of the dark to look outside the window to that side of the building. This might very well have been totally unrelated, but I think it bears mentioning. Fast forward just a little while, and I was standing at my kitchen counter working on a report on my laptop. Over the sound of the dishwasher, I heard a soft knock on my door, upon which my cat bolted for the bedroom. Unsure at first if I had really heard anything, I went still and waited for just a moment. There it was again, quiet, but a little longer and faster this time. This made me pretty uneasy, as it was so late, but my first thought was that it might be one of my neighbors. I approached the door quietly and take a look out the peephole. As I mentioned, the only neighbor I know well is a young woman who lives downstairs, but I'm familiar with what all the other neighbors look like. The man standing outside my door was completely unfamiliar to me. Tall, wearing either a dark blue or black jacket, Caucasian with dark hair. He didn't look too unusual, just unfamiliar. What was unusual, though, was how close he was standing to the door. Even distorted through the peephole, he was so close I would guess him to be standing square on the mat in the hallway, leaning his face in slightly and staring directly at the peephole. There was an odd sort of energy in his stance, if that makes any sort of sense. I immediately felt extremely unnerved and glad that I make very little noise when I walk. I backed up about 3 feet from the door and waited. I'm not totally sure how much time passed, but he probably stood there for another couple of minutes before I heard him go downstairs and out through the door. Now, I've had a neighbor from downstairs knock on my door in the evening before to ask me if I was experiencing a power outage, which he was. He'd brought his wife with him, probably to reassure me, and stood a reasonable distance back from the door after knocking firmly. This was exactly what this strange guy didn't do, which is why it set me on edge. However, always trying to convince myself I was making a big deal out of nothing, I told myself that this had probably been a similar sort of situation, but was far too immediately uncomfortable to consider answering the door. I just decided to listen to my gut. I texted both my mom and a male friend about the situation. my friend offered to come keep me company. But by that time, I had talked myself out of some of my nervousness and assured him that I was fine. I went to sleep about an hour later and woke up having mostly forgotten about this whole experience. But shit got weird that next day. Only in the context of what I saw the next morning did the knock really become frightening. I had agreed to accompany my mom and her boyfriend yard sale hopping that morning in some nearby neighborhoods. It was going to be a lazy Saturday anyway, and they were going to pick me up early, around 7:30 a.m. My mom gave me a call from her car when they arrived on my side of the building to let me know to come down. I grabbed my bag, went out my door, and headed downstairs. As soon as I opened the outside door, something was clearly wrong. The handle turned very loosely. The door opened very easily, and upon shutting again behind me, the handle itself completely fell out of the hole. Looking back, I wish I'd taken a picture of it because it's a little hard to describe, but it had been very clearly messed with. The outside portion of the door handle was held in place with screws, and that part was completely missing now. The lock component of the handle was also missing. Essentially, what was left was a stripped handle with a hole in the middle where the keyhole should be. Both those parts, when I searched the surrounding grass and sidewalk, were nowhere to be found. Essentially, it had been thoroughly fucked with. My mom, having heard about the knocking incident from me the night before, was not cool with this at all and insisted I report the incident. I contacted maintenance and the police, but as there are no cameras situated near my apartment and definitely not near my door, I'm not particularly hopeful that this will lead anywhere. I've gotten no additional information as of now. In talking with my neighbors, who were obviously made aware of the vandalism, nobody who was at home or awake around that time heard anyone knock on their door, or saw, heard, or came into contact with the man that I described. Maybe this is overthinking it, but this makes me more nervous. It makes the approach seem more targeted and less random, as if he knew it was just me there. For what it's worth, the outside door handle was replaced very quickly that afternoon. Nothing like it has happened since. While I'm still not all that sure what to make of it, the totality of the situation still has me on pins and needles. A tampered with outside door, a strange visitor to my apartment late at night, along with no explanation to go with it. That's the recipe for paranoia, and I'd be lying if I said that I didn't have a dose of that going on right about now. I'm a guy, mid-20s, living in the US. This happened a few months back, and I'd like to share it now. About a year ago, I decided to quit my corporate job of several years. Long story short, I was absolutely miserable, and I needed a serious change in my life. So I dipped into my savings, packed up only my most necessary belongings, and moved from my hometown on the East Coast to another city some 2,000 miles away. An impulsive decision for sure, but one that I don't regret. My first month, I sputtered through a series of odd jobs, casually drifting from one gig to another as I tried to figure out what I really wanted out of life. Eventually, an acquaintance suggested that I try bartending. At the time, I had no experience at all, but I thought, F it, why not put myself out there? Couldn't hurt to try. I applied to all the LGBT bars in town. Surprise, I'm gay as well. I figured that a job at one of these places would be a good way to integrate myself into the community, maybe even meet some guys, without having to resort to Grindr and the like. I quickly hit it off with the owner of a neighborhood pub, and he hired me on the spot, promising to mentor me in all things booze related. The following months were some of the best of my life. Met a lot of good people and gained a lot of perspective. I'm now starting grad school, but I still work at the same bar a couple of nights a week. That's actually where the following incident occurred. I should mention that this bar is on the corner of a main road and a quiet side street. That's important. Anyway, around 5:45 p.m., I parked my car halfway down the side street, which at that time was lined with cars, and I walked back to the pub. after taking some deep breaths and doing some quick mental prep. Despite the nature of my job, I'm painfully introverted. I walk through the front door, toss my car keys into my knapsack, and toss my knapsack over the main bar. It's my routine. It's what I always do. Only bartenders are ever allowed behind the bar, and I've never really felt the need to lock my personal belongings in the back office. It's just not that kind of place. Almost all of the patrons are quality people, hard workers, community members, younger, older, everything in between. People who generally deserve a break every now and then, if only in the form of a cocktail, or 3. That being said, it's not Cheers. Admittedly, this job has really made me wise to what so many women must have to endure on a regular basis. Not everyone is respectful of personal boundaries, especially when you're new. Fresh meat. I've been leered at. I fucked. I've had guys reach out and run their hands through my hair, stroke my chest, squeeze things, forcefully pull me closer, and whisper to me all the things they'd like to do, only to get righteous and angry when I don't enthusiastically reciprocate. My first week, my boss told me half-jokingly that this is a gay bar. There's no such thing as sexual harassment. Huh. I guess because they're dudes and I'm a dude, we're all dudes, I'm supposed to man up and just deal with it. Which, for the most part, I do and did. The money's consistently good, but I still can't say that I'm entirely comfortable with it. Double standards absolutely suck. Anyway, Monday evenings can be hit or miss. That one Monday was a miss. By the time 10 p.m. rolled around, only a couple of folks remained. That's when Vern walked in. I guess that Vern was in his mid to late 30s. Solid build, clean shaven, average looking, sort of impeccably anonymous. I'd never seen him before. He sat down at the edge of the counter, on the very last stool, next to where I enter and exit from behind the bar, and where I usually leave my belongings. He ordered a soda and introduced himself, and we made small talk for a few minutes. He seemed to be a pretty affable guy, and nothing about him seemed explicitly out of the ordinary. But admittedly, something about him didn't quite sit right with me. He almost seemed a little too ordinary, almost conspicuously so. He was dressed up as dressed down, if that makes any sense. It's hard to describe. Think along the lines of someone who might spend an hour trying to style perfect bedhead. Anyway, at some point, the topic got around to video games, which I absolutely love. And for a good 10 minutes, we discussed some upcoming releases we were both apparently excited about. Eventually, I had to excuse myself to help other customers, as well as finish a couple of other tasks that still needed doing. But Vern said it was no big deal, and of course, I needed to do my job. Cool, no problem. As I walked around the pub, cleaning this and that, I couldn't help but notice that whenever I happened to look in Vern's direction, he was already looking at me. This is something I've gotten used to as a bartender. But again, something in particular just didn't feel right. Sometimes he would look away, but most of the time he wouldn't, giving me a tiny, impenetrable smile. This went on for a while, nearly 2 hours I'd say. I'd walk up to him occasionally, ask him if he needed anything, and we'd have a brief exchange. Then I'd go back to my other duties, but he'd just keep on staring. So on and so on. And all the time, he only ordered one more soda, and he didn't talk to anyone else. He had his smartphone on the counter, but I never saw him look at it once. As I said before, I've experienced worse, so I figured that he was probably socially awkward or maybe just lonely. Whatever he was, though, he wasn't particularly subtle. By midnight, Vern was the only person still sitting at the bar. There were 2 guys playing pool in the back room and a few guys smoking on the patio, but Vern and I were the only ones in the main room. In that sort of situation, it'd feel rude to not chat up the only person left in the vicinity. It's part of my job to make people feel welcome after all. But despite it being a super slow night, I felt drained and I just couldn't find the energy to strike up a genuine conversation with someone who was making me feel like I was on full display. I figured it would be a good time to go to the storeroom and grab a few cases of beer that I had to restock soon anyway. I excused myself and told Vern that I was going to the office and would be right back, but if he needed anything, he could holler. When I made it inside the office, I immediately felt a sense of relief, like I'd finally made it backstage after a gruelingly long performance. It took me about 30 seconds to grab the stuff I needed, but I decided to sit down and fuck around on my phone for a few minutes, enjoying the peace of my solitude. I stayed there until it felt like I'd been away from my post for a bit too long, at which point I grabbed the beer cases and headed back to the bar. To my surprise, Vern was gone by the time I got back, and there was a $20 bill under his glass. I suddenly felt guilty, not because I just made money off of him, though of course that was appreciated, but because maybe he really was just some horny, closeted dude who didn't know how to interact with other guys, and maybe the money was his only reliable way of expressing gratitude for the company. Maybe I had misread the cues and was projecting my own insecurities onto his admittedly awkward behavior. Maybe. In any case, he was gone now, and I still had more to do, so I placed the cash in my tip jar and mentally thanked him for it. I began going about my tasks for the rest of the shift and quickly put Vern out of my head. An hour or so later, around 1 a.m., I escorted the final stragglers outside and closed the front door. I work alone on Monday nights, so it usually takes me a little less than an hour to finish my tasks after closing. As per usual, I put on some chill music and went onto autopilot. I finished everything about 2 a.m. After turning off the last few lights, I grabbed my knapsack, set the alarm, and headed out the front door, which locks on its own. I started to amble down the street towards my car, which was the only one left on the block. All I could think about was how badly I needed to pack a bowl and jump into the shower. When I reached the back door of my car, I absent-mindedly yanked it open and threw my knapsack into the back seat. Slamming the door closed, I stepped up to the driver's side door and pulled the handle before climbing inside. Only as my ass made contact with the seat and I reached my hand toward the open door did I realize that I hadn't taken my car keys out of my bag. I never actually unlocked my car. A wave rolled over me, like I had jumped into the ocean and I saw something in the periphery of my vision. I kid you not. There he was, just sitting there in my passenger seat. I'm not at all ashamed to admit that I screamed. The driver's side door was still wide open, but I didn't, nor couldn't, move. I just stared at Vern, dumbfounded. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you," Vern said. I didn't immediately respond, so he quickly followed up with, "I thought we could hang out, maybe play some games together." Then, like it was fucking nothing, he handed me my car keys, which he had obviously stolen out of my bag during those minutes that I was in the office. He apologized again, presumably for having my keys in the first place. Then he offhandedly gave me an address and said that he didn't live far away, if I was interested. I'd like to say that I was this close to grabbing him by the collar and beating the shit out of him, but something in my gut urged me strongly to play along, to pretend like the situation wasn't completely bonkers. The street was deserted. I had no idea if he was armed, just how unhinged he was, i.e., too many variables to consider. "No worries, man," I said casually, like he was an old childhood friend who'd just flown into town to surprise me on my birthday. I just wasn't expecting to see you. I had no idea what I should say. It might have been a stupid decision on my part, and there were probably 1,001 things I should have done instead. But I tried to genuinely meet him halfway and just be as gracious as possible, while staying as calm as possible too. That sounds cool, but it was a crazy long night for me, and I'm really tired. Think we can rain check? A few silent moments passed, but I suppose I sounded genuine enough, because he crossed his arms and simply said, "Okay." I asked him if he had his car parked nearby, and he said no. I didn't press the issue further, and again, I didn't press the issue any further, and, again, a dumb choice on my part. I told him that I'd be happy to drop him off at his place, at which point we could trade numbers and make plans in the morning, after I'd gotten some sleep. Somehow appeasement seemed safer than flat-out confrontation, or running away. I didn't want to offend him or make him feel like he was in the wrong. I had no idea what he was capable of, whether he was actually malevolent or just an alien from another social dimension. He quietly agreed to the ride. It was the longest 10 minutes of my life. On the way, I asked him about how his day went and what games he liked and other random bullshit. I mentioned multiple times that I was really glad to meet another gamer and that it'd be fun to share the hobby with someone else. Basically, I said whatever it took to keep the conversation light and flowing. But he didn't say much at all aside from occasionally directing me left or right. And whatever he did say had sort of a petulant tone to it. I felt like I was driving home a psychotic toddler whom I just refused McDonald's to. He looked out the passenger window the entire ride. Occasionally, I would glance over at him, but mostly I tried to keep my eyes forward, because I found that focusing on the road made me feel more centered. Of course, a part of me wishes now that I had acted more assertively, whipping around a sharp turn and sending him flying effortlessly out the window. You know, something badass. But being friendly and accommodating was really the only thing that seemed appropriate at the time. My grandfather always said, "Kill him with kindness," and I disagree that that's always the correct solution, but it's what I did that night, and it worked out. I considered driving directly to a police station, but I wasn't terribly familiar with the neighborhood, and I didn't want to rile him up by taking out my phone. Before long, we had arrived. The destination itself was a small park in a suburb that I'd only driven through a couple of times previously. He said that he'd walk the rest of the way, and at his request, I brought the car to a stop on the corner. There was a short, albeit somewhat terrifying lull before either of us said anything or made any sort of move. I offered to put my number into his phone, but he refused and simply said thanks before exiting the car. As soon as he closed the door, I hightailed it down the street. I drove aimlessly for about a mile before I pulled over and just idled on the side of the main road. I sat in silence for a few moments, and then called my boss, who, at this point, is a good friend. Honestly, I didn't care that it was after 2 a.m. He picked up after the first couple of rings, and I quickly regurgitated everything that had happened. He was a good sport about it, and didn't just play it off for laughs, instead expressing legitimate concern. We had a mandatory staff meeting that next week, in which everyone was told they needed to be on guard, and how the bar would be installing several cameras for extra security. Thankfully, I haven't run into Vern again since that night, nor have any of the other bartenders. So Vern, let's not meet ever again, at my bar or anywhere else. I have bear spray now. Also, actual bears. This happened back when I was in the 4th grade. It always stuck out to me as odd, but when I became an adult, it dawned on me just how dangerous it actually was. I had been invited to a friend's birthday party, which was to be held at a popular pizza joint that had a bunch of arcade games and stuff. The pizza place was right next door to a small movie theater, and the movie Titanic had just come out, so there was a decent amount of people in this part of the shopping center. My mom had to run some errands and pick up one of my other brothers, so she dropped me off along the way. She said she was going to stay until others arrived for the party, but I knew she had a lot to do. The place was familiar to me, and I knew my friends were either already inside or would be there shortly. So I implored her to just drop me off, and I went inside. My mom had also arranged a ride home for me from one of my friend's parents. But to my surprise, when I walked in, I learned that no one had gotten there yet. So I had to look around at the different games and then went outside the restaurant to wait for my friends to show up. There were a bunch of people outside the theater, lined up waiting to get inside for the early evening showing of Titanic. That's when I noticed that a couple, guy and a girl, were standing by a car smoking cigarettes and looking over at me. A chunk of time had passed, maybe about 20 minutes, and I was super confused why my friends hadn't shown up yet. I knew for a fact that I was at the right place and that I showed up at the right time. I was going over all the reasons why they might be late when the cigarette-smoking couple came over to me and began talking. They asked me what or who I was waiting for. Obviously, at first, I was hesitant to talk to a couple of strangers, but they looked to be my oldest brother's age, late teens, early 20s, so I had been around older people and wasn't too bashful or shy around them. I explained to them that I was waiting for my friends to show up for a birthday party, but they hadn't shown up yet, and they were all pretty late. The couple made some other small talk, told me that they were waiting to see the movie, but when they showed up, all the tickets had sold out for the showing that they wanted, so they were just going to hang out until the next showing, which they had successfully gotten tickets for. After a little while longer of waiting and talking with this couple, they asked if I was hungry. I said I was, and they offered to buy me a pizza. As a hungry kid who was seriously looking forward to pizza, but unsure if the party was still going to happen, I wasn't about to pass it up. We went inside, ordered, and sat down. I ended up hanging out with this couple for a long time. They were being super nice to me, gave me money for the arcade games, bought me as much pizza and soda as I wanted. I had almost completely forgotten about my friends and the party until I saw what time it was. Almost 2 hours had passed, and I started to get pretty nervous and anxious. I wasn't sure how I was going to get home. I didn't have a cell phone. This was around 1997, and neither did my parents. My mom would be furious that A, no one showed up to the party, B, I didn't seek out help from the restaurant or some kind of security guard or police officer, and C, I spent the last 2 hours with strangers, accepting food and money from them. I decided to ask this couple what I should do, and this is where things started to get really strange. The guy turned to me and said flatly, "You don't need to go home." Thinking back, I definitely couldn't fully comprehend the weight of what he had just said. I didn't know what to say, so I kind of shrugged in confusion and said that I needed to find a phone. I went up to the counter and asked if I could use their phone, and they let me. I called home, but no one answered. I tried again. Still nothing. I then told the people at the counter that I was trying to get picked up, but no one was answering the phone at home. I must have looked pretty panicked, because just then, the guy from the couple came over and put his hand on my shoulder, said, "Don't worry, we'll get this figured out." He then gave me some more money to play a few more arcade games, while he figured it out with the guys behind the counter. No idea what they talked about specifically, but I ended up playing another game and then went back to the table that we were at. The guy from the couple came back over and said they were going to take me home. He was being super positive and upbeat about it and was insisting that it was no problem whatsoever. His girlfriend was also being very insistent and supportive of the idea. Part of me was a bit hesitant because I was taught stranger danger and all that, but the other part of me was wanting to believe it was all really innocent, and I was really grateful that these people had been so nice to me, fed me, and kept me entertained. They had even missed their movie to stay with me. I said that I wanted to try calling home a few more times. So over the next 15 to 20 minutes, I tried calling home a bunch more, but there was still no answer. I decided then that I would say yes to these people and have them take me home. Again, I was young, impressionable, and naive. The people behind the counter must have been seeing this from the more rational side and realized something seriously fishy was going on. One of them had gone on break and called the police to come over and address the situation. Policeman shows up and comes over to figure out what was going on. I don't remember everything about the conversation, but what it ended up coming down to was who was going to take me home. The couple was still really insistent. Thinking about this as an adult, I find it strange that the cop was even considering letting this whole thing be an option. There is no question in my mind that the cop should have shut the conversation down and taken me home himself. But for some odd reason, they let me decide. I felt like I was being pressured. I remember going back and forth in my mind. These people had been so nice to me, had hung out with me, and I didn't want to be rude. And I also felt really intimidated by the police officer. I remember this part as if it were yesterday. As I was thinking, the cop went over to talk to some of the guys behind the counter, and while he was away, the guy from the couple looked at me with a smile and asked, "Do you want to go with him or us?" I told him I would go with them. Again, in hindsight, I still can't believe the cop let this happen. As we were getting our things to go, the officer did say that he was going to follow us the whole way, which was a dose of redemptive assurance. The officer asked for my address and my parents' names. I got in the couple's car and told them where I lived, and we were off on our way. The girl was driving, and the guy was in the front passenger seat. The entire drive, the guy was looking over his shoulder out the back window, glancing back and forth between me and the cop following behind us. We eventually pulled up to my house, and I went up to the front door while both the couple and the cop were parked on the street. Opened the door, went inside, and saw that my mom was looking out the window with a very confused and concerned look on her face. She went outside and found out all that had happened, and she was furious. I didn't ever tell her the specific things that the couple had said to me. Again, I didn't understand the full gravity of the whole situation until years later. Going through this whole scenario in my head, if the cop hadn't followed us, I more than likely would have been abducted. Thinking about all the things that they had done and said, befriending me and feeding me and giving me money to play games, was them totally trying to come across as disarming, trusting, and friendly. A totally fucked up situation that could have been so much worse. Hard to think about. I'm almost 30 now and have kids of my own, and thinking about them in this kind of situation makes my blood boil and my stomach turn. Turns out the reason why my friends never showed up and the party never happened was because they had to cancel it last minute and didn't think to call me to let me know. So there's also that. I work as a leasing agent at an apartment complex. It happens to be a very large building with over 500 residents. So needless to say, I interact with a lot of people, and sometimes I meet some very interesting characters. One day, it happened to be a slow summer afternoon. This old man walks in, inquiring about our property and asking if he could take a tour. I asked him for his ID before the tour starts. It's law and policy. And he made a joke saying, "What? Do you not trust me?" I let out an awkward laugh, but in my mind's eye, no, I don't trust anybody that I just met. Although after a moment, I chalked it up to him just being a boomer and telling stupid boomer jokes. Didn't think anything more of it. He complied, gave me his ID, and we were off on the tour. The majority of the time strolling the property, he was telling me how much I reminded him of his daughter. He told me all these stories about her growing up. I thought it was cute, and it had an air of an old man reminiscing about the good old days. I tried my best to keep up with the conversation and asked what his daughter was up to now. That's when he trailed off and said, "She has a good life, but it's rather monotonous. I'm not going to bore you with the details of it." We finally reached the end of the tour, and he decides that he'd like to apply. Well, later that day, I ran his screening, and it came back almost instantly as rejected. Now, there can be many reasons why this would happen. 1, he didn't meet the income qualifications. 2, he has a poor credit history or poor rental history. 3, he has a criminal record. It turns out that option number 3 was the winner. He had a criminal record. Being an hourly employee, I don't have access to specifics, but my boss does. I approached her later to discuss the man, saying that I didn't feel like he gave me bad vibes at all, and maybe it was just for a minor offense. But regardless, you can never judge a book by its cover. My boss was intrigued enough, so she was able to pull up the police reports. Turns out, that man was arrested back in the 80s and put on a sex offenders list for essaying his daughter, the one that apparently I remind him of. I grew up in the Midwest United States. About 10 years ago, I moved to a small coastal town in the Pacific Northwest, where I work for a company that runs cabin rentals and a water taxi service, one that transports campers and hunters and sometimes freight to various locations, sometimes just 20 minutes away, sometimes hours away. During the winter, a few years back, we had a couple staying in one of our very basic cabins, like the kind of cabin you'd stay in at a summer camp. My understanding was the guy, Dick, was taking a class at the trade school in town, so he'd be gone all day, while the woman, Jane, stayed at the cabin with their 3 dogs. We never saw her outside while he was away. One day, Jane burst into the office in tears, hysterical. She told us Dick had been beating her for days, starving her, that he'd been locking her in the cabin while he was gone, and that he even threatened her with his dogs. We immediately called the police to the office, and while we waited for them to arrive, she told us the details of their relationship. Jane was from South Africa and came from quite a wealthy family. Her father had recently passed away, and she'd received quite a large inheritance. She'd met Dick on a social media site, and he sold her on this bogus dream of building a remote lodge, and he had even convinced her to transfer all this money she had just inherited to his bank account, which he had spent on a rural piece of property, a new truck, and a boat, among other things. Jane was totally at Dick's mercy. She'd voluntarily transferred the money to him. It was evident that she'd grown up wealthy. She didn't seem to have any idea of how to take care of herself. By the time the police arrived, she'd reversed her story. She wouldn't tell them that he'd hit her, threatened her, or locked her in the cabin. I walked over to the cabin with the officer to talk to Dick, and of course, he denied everything. The cop was very frustrated. It was clear that Dick was mistreating her, but he didn't have enough to make an arrest. I told Dick that he needed to leave the property anyway. I didn't want him there, and the woman didn't want to go with him. Jane had managed to get in touch with a friend in the US who bought her a plane ticket, and another employee and I had offered to drive her to the airport in the city, about 200 miles away. Dick left without issue, and the last thing I said to him was, "Don't come back," and that if I ever saw his truck in our area again, I would assume he was there to cause more trouble and would call the police without any hesitation. I felt terrible for the woman. She'd basically made a bad investment and had little hope of ever recovering any of that money. Months pass. It was well into summer, and I'd all but forgotten about this incident. I had heard Jane had gone back to Dick, and that they were back in town from another water taxi operator. He'd been transporting them to and from their remote property because Dick wrecked the boat he had bought with Jane's money on the rocky beach. One day, I answered a phone call from a very distraught woman from the other side of the county. She was desperately trying to find her son, who had answered an ad Dick had posted online, looking for help doing construction at this remote property. She'd just been calling water taxi operators in the area, asking if anyone knew this guy Dick. Apparently, her son Mike had called her from a satellite phone out at the property and told her that he was in danger. Mike and his employer hadn't been getting along, and Dick finally ran him off. This property was out in the middle of nowhere, accessible only by sea or air, no roads. You can't just tell someone to leave. Where would they go? Mike's mother relayed to me that Dick wouldn't let him sleep in the cabin, that he wouldn't share food, and that he'd even chased him with a rifle when he realized Mike had the sat phone. It was lucky he'd managed to get the call out. Mike's mother called with the intention of hiring us to pick up her son. I told her, "Miss, this is an emergency. You need to contact the police." I ended up radioing the state police and Coast Guard immediately, and they jointly dispatched a boat and a helicopter to the area to rescue this kid. Mike was rescued safely, and Dick was later arrested. Jane happened to be there too, but refused to come back with the police and stayed at the cabin. Mike came out to the office a few days later to meet me. He gave me a big bear hug and thanked me personally. He was convinced that I'd saved his life, which was a nice sentiment, but in my opinion, the police and Coast Guard did much more than I did. He told me some more details of the experience, though. That Dick had actually taken several shots at him while chasing him through the woods. He told me when Dick caught up to him, he held him at gunpoint, ordered him to strip naked, and locked him in a shipping container that he had on the property. He was convinced that he was going to die that day. Mike was still locked in the shipping container when the state police arrived. Mike didn't end up staying for long, but I was impressed that he took the time to come out and introduce himself, and I wished him luck. Dick was charged with attempted murder, but I believe those charges were ultimately dropped, and that Mike ended up with a hefty settlement that undoubtedly came from that inheritance money Dick had swindled from Jane. I received a phone call later that summer from a reporter in the city, asking about what had happened. Mike's mother had given him my information. I agreed to tell him what I knew on the condition that he not mention my name or the name of the company that I work for, which he ended up mentioning anyway. The story is still available online, and I might be willing to share the link privately if anyone is interested, so long as it stays just that, private. The other night, I was having a few beers with my neighbor Al, a young guy who moved to town last year. This story popped into my head, and when I mentioned Dick's name, he perked up. Al and Dick apparently worked together at the shipyard. I can't believe it. This motherfucker is back in town, without Jane this time, working a minimum wage job. So, Dick, you Lord of the Flies psychopath you, let's never meet. Edit. I'm told by my neighbor that Dick is leaving town at the end of this month. This guy is clearly unstable and unpredictable. So for the time being, until I'm certain he's gone, I think I'm going to do my best to remain anonymous. Additionally, it turns out Jane is still around as well. I don't know if she and Dick are still together, but I hope for her sake that she's moved on. Likely without her money, but still with her life. Back in 2007, shortly after my 15th birthday, my mom was out of town for a few days on a business trip. My mom and I lived alone in a small house in a neighborhood that was on the sketchier side of our small town. And that fact, combined with her paranoia about me being home alone longer than 4 or 5 hours at a time, meant that I had to stay over at a friend's house while she was gone. This friend's house was across the street and over one house from my own. The place my mom was going was only about 2 hours away, and I'd gotten some bug up my ass about being treated like the young woman that everyone kept calling me. So for the week leading up to the trip, I was moaning and groaning about being old enough to take care of myself, and insisting that I would just check in with my friend's parents every now and then, if I was able to stay home. But in truth, my house was pretty creepy at night, even when my mom was there, and I'd found out the day my mom was scheduled to leave that my friend had somehow gotten her hands on a PlayStation 3. So it didn't take me too long to get over being unfairly babysat. At around 11 on the last night I was there, we ended up back in my friend's room screwing around with the brand new flip phone I had gotten for my birthday. Her parents had gone out hours earlier after buying us a pizza for dinner, and probably weren't going to be back for at least another hour. We had gotten bored downstairs with her single PS3 game that we'd been playing for days already. Turns out she had the PlayStation, but didn't have any money to actually buy games for it. That's how it usually goes as a teen. It was too late to call any of our friends, but I knew my mom was coming home tomorrow morning at some ungodly hour, and knew that she had this thing about our answering machine. No matter how tired she was, no matter where she'd just gotten back from, if there were any messages on the answering machine, she'd listen to all of them. Being the bored 15-year-olds we were, my friend and I decided to leave a message or two for my mom to find in the morning. We called my home phone and put it on speaker, cracking up and trying to figure out what our message was going to be about. It normally took 5 rings for a call to go to the machine. But on the 3rd ring, the phone picks up, and we hear, "Hello?" The voice sounded like it belonged to some 60-year-old guy who'd been smoking for the last 40 years of his life. But even past that, there was this menace to his voice. I can't quite describe it, but it sounded very cold and very dangerous. The sort of voice where if you heard it on the street, you'd want to get away from the person immediately. I looked at my friend. Her eyes were huge and her face was completely pale. I'm sure I didn't look any better at the moment. Neither of us could get it together to say anything in response. "Hello?" he said again. There was a pause, and I tried to squeak out something along the lines of, "Who the hell are you, and why are you in my house?" But then he said in a very low voice, "You shouldn't have called." There was some sort of slam, and then the call disconnected. I immediately dropped my phone and proceeded to freak the f*** out. So did my friend. She asked me if I knew who that was, and I said no. Of course I didn't know the creepy-ass guy answering my phone at 11 at night. We checked the call log to see if we'd accidentally called the wrong number. But nope, right number. We were so shaken up, we couldn't immediately figure out who we should call or what we should do. If we should call the cops, or call my mom, or call my friend's parents, or run around making sure all the doors and windows were locked. So we ended up sprinting around my friend's house, double-checking every door and window we could check, while simultaneously on the phone with my friend's parents, gasping out what had happened. They were about 15 minutes away and said they'd call 911. Her mother told us to stay in my friend's room with the door locked and all the lights on in case this guy was going from house to house. And so for about 10 minutes, we were huddled in the far corner of my friend's room, basically under her bed, jumping every time the house settled or one of our legs scraped on the carpet. You can imagine how freaked out we were when her parents rushed in and started rattling at our bedroom door, forgetting that it was locked on their orders. The cops got to my house not too long after her parents arrived home. To be honest, I don't really remember a lot of the specifics about what the cops were doing, mainly because I refused to set foot outside of the house. But I remember that they asked my friend and I a lot of questions. We couldn't really give them a lot of information. Unfortunately, we had called from my friend's room, which was in the back of her house, away from where we would have been able to see my house. And dude with a creepy smoker's voice isn't a very helpful description to go off of when looking for someone. One question they asked still sticks out though, because I remember thinking it was weird for them to ask who had had keys to get into our house. I told them only my mom and myself. I found out later that the reason the police asked was because there were no signs of forced entry anywhere around the house, and that the front door was wide open when they got there. There wasn't really anything messed up, and nothing at all was taken. But our wall-mounted corded phone was hanging off the hook, and the phone base itself was cracked, almost as if it had been smashed with something. Both my mom's room and my room also had some stuff moved around and displaced, as if someone had been going through our drawers and stuff in our rooms. My mom got called at some point during all of this and managed to get home that night, very tired and very freaked out about what had happened. The cops investigated the incident, but never came up with any answers. We weren't doing too well financially at that point, but we still managed to move across town within a few months of this happening. For the months between that night and the day we moved though, I slept like shit and had really bad nightmares. I also refused to be alone in the house, even for as little as a couple of minutes, and started to get really obsessive about checking and double checking the locks, a habit which has stuck around since this happened. Now that I've shared all of this, I remember there's one thing that I haven't told a single soul about, mostly because at the time, I thought that the whole thing might get blamed on me if I said anything. Earlier that day, I'd gone back over to my house to get a notebook of mine full of writing that I wanted to show my friend. Nothing was obviously wrong as far as I could tell. The front door was locked when I got to it, no signs of any tampering with it or any weirdness by the door. No noises coming from any part of the house. But the minute I stepped inside, something just felt off. Really off. It was quiet, almost too quiet. I began getting chills up and down my spine, and I had unexplainable goosebumps all over. I tried to will myself to just get over it, to go back to my room to get the notebook, but I couldn't make myself take more than a few steps into my house. I was too creeped out. I locked the door and ran back across the street. When I got back to my friend's house, I felt like an idiot, of course. Was I really such a wimp that I couldn't walk through my own house when it was empty? But looking back, Well, who knows? Maybe my gut was spot on about something just not being right. Freaks me out even thinking about what could have happened if I'd ignored it and walked further inside. I've thought back on that moment a lot too, wondering if maybe I left the door open when I left, but there's no way. I distinctly remember locking the deadlock and looking over my shoulders the whole time because I had that burning, crawling feeling on the back of my neck, the one you get when you're being watched. And after that creepy call, I checked, and I had my keys in my backpack. One thing I've always wondered about is why he picked up the phone in the first place. I haven't the slightest idea, honestly. My mom and I have tried to figure out why the hell he would do that, but we haven't come up with a good answer in the entire time between then and now. Same with how he got inside in the first place, without having a key, and without forcing or breaking something open. My only guess is that there was another way inside the house that we never knew about, and that the police didn't find that he somehow figured out, which also implies a lot of bad things. So, random home intruder with a creepy voice and a very mysterious, probably f***ed up motive for breaking into my house. Let's not meet. Ever again. I was about 13 years old when my family went on our annual trip to Poland to visit family. My mother and father both come from a small rural village about 2 to 3 hours away from Warsaw. It's an idyllic little place surrounded by lush forest and wheat fields. Life is different there. Everyone is very carefree and relaxed. Being the small place that it is, everyone knows one another, since everyone essentially lives on the same street. I had made a bit of a reputation for myself there, being known as the American girl who visits in the summers. So whenever we would arrive, the whole village would know. I loved the attention. All the kids wanted to play and adults doted on me. One of the townspeople I saw most frequently was Tomek. Tomek was a funny guy, in his late 20s, who would work in the village deli store. He would always give me extra meat anytime my grandparents would send me out to pick up food, or offer to show me inside the kitchen. I never took him up on that offer. The idea of seeing how my meat was made was just too much for my 13-year-old mind. Though I didn't know it at the time, Tomek had the reputation of being the town lunatic. He wasn't a stranger to the police force, nor the other villagers, as he was a bit of a petty thief. My grandparents told me when I got older that my grandfather had not once, but twice, caught him trying the doors of his shed and then excusing himself when caught as drunk and unsure where he was. Despite this, I had never had a reason to fear or avoid Tomek. This village had a tradition called Gra Odwadzi, which translates to the game of courage, and this would fall in between the dates of our visits. On this day, the village children would be set into teams and then given items to find that were hidden around the woods or within the village parameters. The event lasted all day, and the group that had the most found items would win a prize. The courage part of the game would be trying to attain the golden item, which would be in the woods and guarded by a few adults armed with water guns. The only way to get the golden item was to avoid being sprayed with water. If all members of a team were hit, then the team would lose the chance to attain it. My team consisted of my 4 friends, Ava, Eric, Bartek, and Pavel. Our strategy was to get as many of the items around town and then try our luck at the golden object when it got darker in order to be harder to spot. We got a lot of the items throughout the day and worked up a good sweat after racing against the other children. Around 7 p.m., we had attained 12 items and were ready to try our luck at the golden item. We had heard from other children that the adults were being relentless, guarding the object with ferocity. The wooded area where the golden item lay was behind Eric's house. Therefore, he took the lead in devising the plan. Our plan was that we were going to split up into 2 teams. Eric, Ava, and Bartek were meant to grab the adults' attention and drive them away as far as possible, while Pavel and I would sneak in and grab the item. Feeling confident in our ideas, we headed into the forest as the sun was slipping from the sky. We followed the dirt path for about 5 minutes before stepping off it, following Eric as he navigated through the shrubbery with ease. He stopped us just as we reached a thick clump of bushes. Putting a finger to his lips, he motioned for us to look through the gaps in the shrubbery and see the adults. It was dark now, so it was hard to see who was actually guarding the items, but we could make out 4 shapes huddled together, chatting softly. Without hesitation, we moved into our plan of action. Our 3 friends navigated around and disappeared from our sight, only for us to hear their laughs and the voices of adults yelling to get them. Pavel and I watched as the adults raced after our friends, all abandoning the area that they had stood around. I remember glancing around and getting ready to jump out of the bushes when I felt Pavel's arm on my shoulder and heard him make a light shushing sound. "They might not all be gone. Let's wait a bit," he urged. We sat quietly, listening intently for any sounds. Then it happened. The slightest sound of something moving on the other side of the clearing. We couldn't make out who or what it was, so we stayed quiet, peering through the gaps of the shrubbery. Pavel saw it first. He pointed out what looked like a dark figure crouching behind a tree, closest to the clearing. We watched as the figure moved tree to tree, never stepping out from behind, just simply observing. Just as I was about to suggest that one of us should cause a distraction, we hear a yelp and turn to see another team approaching, clearly happy that there seemed to be no one around where the golden item should be. We watched as this small group of 2 raced around the clearing but didn't pick anything up. I kept waiting for the adult to step out and spray the kids, but the figure remained crouched, only half visible behind the trees. One of the girls approached the area the adult was in, but she was busy looking up at the tree, musing to her partner that maybe the object was put on a branch. We watched as she began pulling herself up to the lowest branch, and I remember the way my stomach dropped when all of a sudden we saw the adult shoot out from behind the tree, grab her leg, and start pulling her into the darkness of the forest. Her partner ran off screaming, leaving me and Pavel unsure of what to do. We watched frozen in horror as the adult began covering the girl's mouth in some attempt to silence her. Before either one of us could do anything, all of a sudden, Tomek came running up the path and threw himself onto the man. Pavel shot out of the bushes to help Tomek, while I ran back to call for help. When I reached the backyard that was the destination spot for the end of the game, I was screaming uncontrollably in a mix of words that took me a few attempts to get out that help was needed. A large group of men raced towards the forest while I hid in my mother's arms, awaiting to see everyone arrive back safely. My friends Eric, Ava, and Bartek approached me cautiously and asked what had happened and why Pavel and I hadn't come back. It had turned out that after Ava, Bartek, and Eric had distracted the adults and drove them off, the adults had decided to end the game. They had assumed that everyone had a chance to try to get it and didn't want the kids wandering the forest after dark. One of the adults had already pocketed the item when they chased our group back towards the main backyard. My group of friends had assumed that we would see that there was nothing there and would return as well, which is why they didn't come looking for us. As I retold what had happened, everyone in the backyard listened to me with wide eyes. About 10 minutes passed, and we saw this group of men coming back. Pavel walking aside his father, and the girl who had been attacked, in the arms of who I could only assume to be her father. As they all approached, I asked Pavel what had happened. As the parents gathered and talked in hushed voices, Pavel described to us how Tomek had beat the guy bloody, but let him escape when he turned away, surprised by the men that had arrived to help. He mentioned that a few men were still out scouting the forest land for the guy. I then asked the remainder of my friends why help wasn't sent earlier by the girl's partner that had run away screaming. Everyone had looked at me with blank faces, and the sudden realization hit me hard. The next set of events become a blur. It's a mix of me racing to my parents with my friends and asking about the girl, a frenzy of people calling out her name and begging her to come out, a whirlwind of everyone rushing to get their kids inside, and a mayhem of adults swarming together to go search the woods again and call the police. It's been 8 years now, and that little girl has never been found. Tomek was one of the main suspects, believed to be a part of a 2-man kidnapping operation, with authorities thinking that he backed out when he saw that too much attention was brought to the event. I'm not sure whatever happened to him, but I can't help but feel guilty that I didn't do anything to help either of those girls. I saw the girl run away. Pavel and I were the last to see her. Sometimes when I see a child with braided hair, I get thrown back to that moment, and I can still see that little girl's braids swirling around her as her figure disappeared from sight. That little girl's name was Dorota, and I hope that wherever she is, she's alive and safe. I happen to live in the wonderful city of Newport News, Virginia. Anyone that lives here, or has lived here, knows that was sarcastic. It's pretty crazy here at times, and you see a lot of wild things. When I was in high school, the thing to do on a Saturday night was to go looking for trouble in the neighboring Yorktown and Williamsburg. One place in particular was Crawford Road. It is steeped in local lore, being so close to the battlefields, as well as back in the day, the KKK used to hold rallies and meetings in the woods, and some people say they hanged people from the bridge on that road. I grew up hearing the stories, reading the lore, and trying to find validity in what I read. I had been quite a few times in my youth with my friends, and never really experienced anything other than the odd noises here and there. People always warned me, though, that it was dangerous to go search alone at night. But hell, I was young and invincible, right? One night in my 20-somethings, I decided to go take some pictures of the bridge on Crawford. I couldn't find anyone who was up or willing to go, so I decided to go on my own. I packed up my Canon camera and was on my way at 2:30 in the morning. I turned from Yorktown Road onto the famed Crawford Road, and my Honda was running like a champ. I was blasting my music, and I was good to go. Not a single care in the world. Sounds idiotic now. I get to the bridge, and I turn off my lights. I wanted to get some unique pictures, so I set up the camera and was deflecting the flash. I had turned off the car and the headlights to make some cool lighting shots. If anyone has been there, you know when you turn off the lights, it is, and I can't stress this part enough, absolutely pitch black. I had left my keys in the ignition and the window down as a precaution, since I wasn't going to be far from the car, in case I needed to dive in and haul ass out of there. I had no idea then just how fortuitous that forethought was. Taking some cool pictures and getting into my photo groove, I heard rustling, what sounded like it could have been footsteps, off to my right, far off between the trees. Now, I don't spook easily, so I just started to calmly pick the camera up. At that point, I had it rested on the ground for lower shots, and began to make my way back towards my car. But with each step that I took, those footsteps grew louder and louder in my periphery. By the time I got back to my car, the sounds were almost right behind me. I could also hear what sounded like a bike of some sort. Well, needless to say, I dove right into my car. I somehow managed to get into the seat straight. Not sure how, seeing it's all still a blur. I rolled out the window with a quickness. This is back when cars had manual windows. And just as I finished, I noticed the shape of a person, not behind me, but in front of my car. I started my car and hit the lights to illuminate what was presumably a homeless man with a bike, not more than a foot from my front bumper, making his way around to the driver's side door. I didn't wait to see what he wanted. I slammed the car in drive and hauled ass as he approached, with what I could only personify as a Hannibal Lecter stare. I looked in the rear view as I was speeding off, and my taillights illuminated what I could see as him getting on the bike. To chase me? I don't know, but I wasn't going to stick around to see. I learned my lesson from this experience. You are not invincible, no matter how much you want to be. Listen to people when they tell you not to go anywhere alone at night. As a rather petite human being, bordering on scrawny, at only 5 feet 2 inches tall, that could have been my undoing that night. I've been many times since, but only in the daytime, and only with other people. I would never tempt fate venturing out there alone at night ever again, and I implore you to think twice before doing the same. For a time, I worked as a stripper in a small town in the Southwest while I saved up and figured out my next move in life. I really enjoyed the job. It was at a small club where about 5 of us girls regularly danced, and after a few weeks there, I'd grown pretty fond of them all, as well as the DJ and all the bartenders. You always get the occasional out-of-town girls coming through to dance, or desperate locals looking to get their cars out of impound, or sometimes just thrill-seeking girls who think it's going to be some life-affirming experience of empowerment, or to fuck with their ex-husbands or whatever. Our particular club didn't usually see as much of this since there was a larger club across town that was often busier, but of course, we had our share of one-night-only dancers. This industry can obviously attract some real weirdos at the best of times, but for the most part, everyone I met during my time at the club, patrons included, were decent, usually just lonely people. Like I said, I really enjoyed working there for the most part, and since we had such a high turnover rate for bouncers, I felt kind of protective of my fellow girls. I'm tall and have RBF, and generally just don't take shit from people. And even under the best circumstances, you really can't be too trusting or naive in these kind of environments, so I always try to keep an eye out. On this specific night, I remember that I stopped at CVS, like I often did, to buy some whiskey before my shift. And when I was walking through the in-store alarm gate things you have to pass through to get to the part of the store that sells alcohol, the alarm goes off. I'd already paid, so it was fine, but I distinctly remember thinking, like, it kind of snapped me to attention, if that makes sense. I remember thinking, that was weird. I wonder if something's going to go down tonight. I proceed to work, and after we get ready, we're out on the front porch area smoking like we always did, while we waited for customers to arrive. It was me and 2 of the other regular dancers. I remember it was a really windy night, which is always unsettling in and of itself, especially in that desert town. For some reason, we were talking about bad vibes. One of the girls, we'll call her Cindy, started telling the story of when she worked at the aforementioned larger club, and how one night when she got to work, she just felt like something was off right away. Later that evening, she got jumped in the dressing room by 3 out-of-town girls, had to whack this one chick in the face with her shoes, blood everywhere. It was a whole thing. Cops get called, Cindy's okay, but out-of-town girls escape with her bag. Don't fuck with out-of-town girls at the club, y'all. Do not. Anyway, we got kind of serious talking about it, and I said something to the effect of, I just want y'all to know I would absolutely throw down for you. No questions asked, if it came to it. Just kind of a random conversation to have, especially after the alarm thing. It was uncharacteristically somber. Later on that night, we're all outside again, except this time there are more of us, like 3 more dancers, plus the DJ, and the door girl. When this car pulls up, and out get 3 teens, I would guess. I think they told us that they were like 20, but they looked very young to me. I can't say much to describe the boy, other than he was normal looking, and vaguely emo. There was a blonde chick who had this really intense, sunken, hunched posture. Like she was almost drooping over herself, and her head kind of hung out over the front of her body with her hair all hanging down around it. And she just had a miserable face. Like Eeyore, except not all that endearing. And with them is this really small, weird, and I'm sorry to say it, ugly-ass girl. Now, I'm not a supermodel or anything, but this chick was just ugly. She was small, plump, had teeth that were creeping into bucktooth territory, a piggy nose, a bunch of freckles, and a sort of squealy, high-pitched voice to her. I instantly disliked her. She tells us some long, dramatic story about why she's here tonight, becoming a dancer. Something about taking care of her kids and not wanting to live with her grandma anymore, who was putting her up while she got her shit together. Or whatever it was. It's one of those things where it's taking a very long time to get her to shut up long enough to even let her in the front door. And let me tell you something about strip clubs, folks. No one cares why you're there, and no one is going to ask. So it's already a little weird that she's out here spewing such a vast amount of personal information to literally almost every employee of the club. She's never danced before. She's nervous. We all assure her over and over that she'll be fine, to just relax and try to have some fun. We decide that her stage name will be Annie because she is basically a fro of orangey brown curls. She looks like a more homely little orphan Annie. As soon as we get in the dressing room, she starts loudly and obnoxiously making extremely inappropriate sexual comments about me and my body, saying I'm hot and that she'd like to take me to bed. Yeah, this is a strip club, but you still don't just overtly sexually harass people, especially people you've just met and at what might be your new job. I decided to just let it go for now. She was like 5'2", I was over 6 feet in my heels, so I didn't feel threatened. And I think this girl is just a fucking nut job, and I don't want to be in the same room with her if I don't have to. She then proceeds to tell us she has no clothes to dance in, no shoes, and no makeup. She has brought nothing with her. Okay, that's a little weird. We hustle some stuff together for her. She continues to talk almost non-stop about her grandma, adding details to her weird sob story, all the while asking everyone to borrow stuff. Weird stuff, like eyeliner, clothes, just like stuff you would normally never ask someone you didn't know to borrow. The rest of the girls, being the lovely people they are being super nice to her, trying their best to accommodate her and make her feel less nervous about the situation, but also definitely wondering what the fuck this girl's deal is. As the night goes on, shit just happens to get weirder. While sitting at the bar watching a girl set on stage, she said in astonishment, "We have to take our tops off?" I was like, "Bitch, you are in a strip club. The fuck you mean we have to take our tops off?" Anyway, she goes up finally. She struggles her way through one set. That's 2 songs for those of you that don't know. And then very dramatically trips as she's leaving the stage, making 3 people carry her into the dressing room, saying she's twisted her ankle. We sit her down in a chair, examine the ankle. Nothing. She's literally fine, and very obviously lying. Door girl wraps it up with some makeshift bandage. Annie continues to ask us if she can borrow stuff, our phones, our makeup. She wants to eat our food, drink our drinks. At some point, she says she's going to call her grandma. She starts a video call and hobbles towards the bathroom. I hear a loud yelp and a thump. Annie's knee has now given out. The knee on the opposite leg of her twisted ankle, and she is lying on the bathroom floor, vaguely clutching at one of her legs while making dramatic faces to the person on the other end of the call. As I get in there to help her, I notice the person on the other end of the video call looks exactly like the guy who dropped Annie off, but wearing what looks like one of those face masks for sleep apnea, like the one with all those tubes and stuff. The phone is up close, and it's all black except for the face, so okay, maybe it was her grandma, and I didn't see it correctly. But I looked right at that fucking phone screen, and to be perfectly honest, it freaked me right out. Like, in that 1 second, I went from, this girl is an absolute nuisance with some kind of agenda, to, who the fuck is this girl? And what is her agenda? As soon as she sees me, she ends the call. We put her back in the chair, and the other girls are gently trying to convince her to call her friends to come pick her up, since this is obviously not working out. She does not want to dance, and can't walk, but also doesn't seem to want to go home. She has also brought a cell phone with her, but claims she can't use it to make calls, besides the video call to her grandma apparently, for a variety of vague and unsatisfactory reasons. It's a little hard to recall the exact details now, but it was like she kept trying to get us to do shit for her. Like, not only borrow our phones, which by now none of us feel comfortable letting her do, but like she was waiting for something. It's so hard to explain, but she just went over the top asking for stuff while making every weird excuse she could not to leave. If she'd just been some nervous girl who changed her mind about stripping but wanted to save face, which again is ridiculous because no one cares, and she was injured, why wouldn't she just want to leave? We knew that her friends were on call to come get her because they had literally told us that themselves when they left. So it just didn't add up. And on top of all of this, she isn't wearing any pants. The pants she walked into the club wearing were lying at her feet on the floor, but she now claims they were too tight and that she can't get them over her injured ankle and knee, neither of which are swollen or red or look in any way injured. She's pretty clearly not in any actual pain and keeps forgetting which knee she claimed gave out. She refuses over and over to put her pants back on. She wants to borrow a pair of someone else's pants. No one wants to give this girl their pants. The door girl and the rest of the dancers are completely flustered, and nobody knows what to do now. There's just the weirdest vibe emanating from this ugly-ass little pantsless Annie demon, and she refuses to leave our dressing room or the club, and nobody can figure out what she wants or how to get her out of here, since, aside from the pants, she claims she can't walk and also won't use her phone. I'd only been there a couple of weeks at that point, and I didn't want to overstep my authority, but I'd finally had enough. I mean, I smelled the bullshit from this bitch from the get-go, and I'd already given her a pass for sexually harassing me because I try to be merciful like that, but even I have my limits. Refusing to put your own pants on? I mean, seriously? So I haul my ass to the back, grabbing door girl on the way so I have a witness. I stand over Annie in all my stripper glory, looking down from my 6'4" perch above, staring into her beady little eyes. "Are those your fucking pants?" I ask, pointing them out. "Yeah, but..." "Shut the fuck up. Are those the pants you wore here?" "Yes." "Then put your fucking pants on now." Slowly, pissily glaring at me, she puts on the pants. Doorgirl and I march her to the booth behind the front desk station, where I stand next to her while I make her use the club phone to call her weird-ass friends. I tell her she is to sit in the booth until her friends arrive, at which point she's going to leave and never, ever come back here. She sits in the booth looking pissed until Emo Boy and Hunchback Girl arrive 20 minutes later. The majority of her limp mysteriously disappears as they scurry out the door. I hear Hunchback ask her what had happened in a fierce whisper. Fuming, Annie shoots back. "I'll tell you in the car. Just go." I worked there for another 4 months and met all kinds of people, women and men, but never anyone as weird or as unsettling as Annie. Every single one of us there that night was absolutely sure that that chick was up to something. Not just really bad, but like genuinely sinister. The fact that none of us had even an inkling of what that really bad something was made it all the more unsettling, even looking back. Talking about it later on, we all felt like we had dodged a bullet that night. Doing that kind of job, you develop not only a pretty thick skin for weird people, but also a decent intuition for when shit is off. Girls I knew who had done time in prison admitted that Annie even freaked them out. I will never forget the face I saw on the other end of that video call either. She remains to this day the strangest human being I've ever encountered, inside or outside the club. So, Annie from the club, I can only hope that we never meet again. I've been looking for a place to share this story and maybe gain a little outside perspective on it. That's what led me here. When I was about 6 years old, in kindergarten or first grade, I can't remember which, we lived across the street from my school. And I mean right across the street. From our front room window, the school property was the majority of what could be seen. I went to this school until my second grade year, when the school was shut down by the district, and most kids were shipped off to whatever school happened to be closest to them. The abandoned school property became a community center of sorts for the town of less than 200 people or so. I won't drop the name of the town, but I will say that this is somewhere in rural Illinois, that the estimated 200-person figure was back in 1989, and that there are considerably fewer people now, as most of the population has either moved away or died out, and several of the houses have burned down. Today, the town is even more dried up than it was during my kindergarten years, and the last time I visited, it looked as though nature was beginning the process of reclaiming the whole town. I say all of this because it's important that you understand just how small this town is and was. People didn't just randomly show up there. Strangers would be immediately recognized. There was nowhere for them to hide, because the town really only had 3 streets. All but the end of one of them led out of town, and the lone end of the lone street that didn't offer an escape route led to a dead end with an ancient cemetery attached to it, which was another type of escape route, in a manner of speaking. This town had nothing but a post office, a couple of abandoned buildings that I'm fairly certain used to be general stores back in the day, and even a payphone. Today, the post office is shut down and the payphone is long gone, so keep all of this in mind when I say that a stranger or a creep would have been noticed immediately. It's surprising then that I was almost abducted by a stranger in that very town, from directly in front of the school. Actually, I think I was abducted. That's the weird thing. When I left school that day, the man was standing in front of his vehicle and greeted me by name. And that's what makes this even stranger, that whoever this guy was, he knew my name. He told me that my mom had sent him to pick me up for some reason or another, though the memory of what he actually said is a bit hazy. It amounts to, "Your mom isn't at home. She sent me to pick you up and take you to where she is. Get in, and we'll go for a ride." You know, the usual creeper script. And I did just that. There are certain details that I don't remember from this point. Why didn't I just look across the street to see if my mom's car was sitting in our driveway? Maybe I did. Where did we go? I can't tell you. What happened? I haven't the slightest idea. I have the briefest of memories of me sitting in the passenger seat of this vehicle, saying something as we drove out of town. Can't remember what he said. Can't remember what he looked like. Can't remember why my next memory is of us back in my driveway in the house across from the school. There's just a large chunk of my memory gone. I don't know if there's something that I've blocked out for the last 35 years. Maybe he took me somewhere and did something to me that creeps do to young and trusting little boys, and I just locked it up deep, deep inside. I hope not. I hope he was some aspiring kidnapper with a conscience, who just couldn't accept the enormity of the heinous sin he was about to commit, and took me back home. That nothing bad happened to me, that my lack of memory is due more to the entire sequence of events being so uneventful, that my developing little brain felt no need to keep it in storage. I've often wondered if there's some way, like through some form of therapeutic hypnosis, like the kind you see in movies and on TV, that will help me unlock these memories. Or if that's even a real thing. Or if it is, if I even want to venture down that rabbit hole and discover what really happened that day. Maybe some things should just remain buried. I'm sure you've heard the expression, don't ask questions that you don't want the answers to. Yeah, I kind of feel like that applies here. And maybe someone would tell me that it was just a vivid dream that a young child had and remembered incorrectly as an actual memory. This is not the case. A few years back, I actually asked my mom about it. "Do you remember when that strange man took me from the school and brought me back?" "Oh yes," was her reply. Apparently, I told her what happened because she told me how she went over to the school and raised a bunch of hell over it. And that's all I have to prove even to myself that it ever even happened. Up until then, I had wondered if I had imagined the whole thing. This is, unfortunately, no longer something I can even attempt to convince myself is true. Who was this man? Why did he take me? Why did he bring me back? And what actually happened that day? I'm a big fan of horror and true crime and things of that nature. I love a novel or a movie about monsters. I'm an avid Stephen King fan. But it isn't Pennywise the Dancing Clown or Slender Man that keeps me up at night sometimes. No, it's the real monster who almost gobbled me up when I was 6 years old. But then all of a sudden, lost his appetite. Thanks for listening to my story. Update. For those of you asking if it was possibly my dad, I just called him and asked him. His response? If it had been me, I wouldn't have taken you back. I would have just kept driving and you would have gone home with me to my home state. That may sound like a joke, but I know my father. It wasn't. So much for that theory. When I finished uni, I moved back home until I found a job. As soon as I could afford to, I set up a profile on the website Spare Room, which, for those of you that don't know, is a website designed to find house share opportunities and roommate possibilities. I was contacted by James, who had a room to rent on the outskirts of the town that I worked in. It sounded good, but he wanted to talk on the phone before inviting me to view it. We had a single chat one evening, and it turned out we had some things in common. We both enjoyed fitness, particularly swimming, and were movie buffs. By the end of the call, it had felt like chatting to an old friend, and I was looking forward to meeting him in person. James didn't specify his age, but I assumed that he was in his 20s, like me. When I went to view the property, he actually came out of the house next door to greet me. When he introduced himself as James, I was pretty shocked. This guy was at least 50 years old, dressed quite conservatively, and looked like he was wearing a hairpiece. If he'd told me on the phone that he was in his early 20s, I wouldn't have questioned it, because he had a youthful sound to him. But now that I was in front of him, the lack of mentioning age actually gave me pause. I went ahead with the viewing, but I'd already decided that I didn't want to rent a room from him. I wanted to live with people who were a similar age to me. I was also put off by the house decor, which looked like it hadn't been changed since the 80s. When I viewed the bedroom, it looked as if it were occupied by a young person. There were several pairs of trainers and a game console. James said that the previous tenant, Mark, was moving to London for work. Coincidentally, my name is Mark too. James invited me to sit in the living room after the house tour. I didn't want to be rude, so I obliged. He explained that he cared for his elderly mother who lived next door. Then he started complimenting my style, saying that I looked cool. That's when he proceeded to put his hand on my leg, which made me feel very uncomfortable. When he asked if I was interested in the room, I said I had some other properties to view but would be in touch. I then used these make-believe appointments as an excuse to leave. Everything about him screamed red flag, and I just wanted to get out of that house. As soon as I got back to my car, I called my mom to tell her just how freaked out I was, and I absolutely would not be renting the room from James. James texted me a few days later to ask if I thought any more about moving in. I lied and said I'd found somewhere closer to town, something more reasonable, something that fit just a little bit better. I did eventually find something with some other young professionals, which turned out to be great. Several months later, as all of this was now in my rear view, our town was shocked by the news that a man's dead body had been found in the fields on the outskirts of town. The deceased was later identified as Mark. I didn't think much of it until I saw that a murder suspect was in custody. It was Mark's landlord, James. You guessed it, the same James whose house I had viewed. Seeing his face on the news gave me instant chills. But that was only multiplied when I realized that the bedroom that I had been scoping out didn't belong to somebody who was moving for work, but it belonged to somebody who in all likelihood had just met their end. Mark had been found almost 6 months to the day after his family reported him missing. The cops stated that they had paid his home and James a visit near the outset of the investigation. But James indicated that he didn't have much interaction with Mark, beyond cashing the rent checks that came on time every month. When the cops looked inside the house, they saw nothing out of the ordinary, nothing that screamed a crime had been committed there. It just looked as if Mark left one day and never came back. His body, however, told a much different story. Mark was found nearly naked, bound, and while decomposition had been advanced, it was clear that he had suffered a terrible injury to the head, what was likely a death blow, with all things considered. James was ultimately convicted of Mark's murder, although it hasn't been made public why he took Mark's life, or why he opted to do it in such a gruesome manner. It breaks my heart, but also affirms to me that I was right to have the warning bells go off in James's presence. I don't know if I was in danger that day while in James's house, but part of me wonders if Mark ever thought he was in any danger either, before what happened. I don't know if I'll ever learn for certain. And that only adds another creepy feeling to this whole encounter. I work in food service, front of house. So in the early days of the pandemic, with restaurants closed, I was taking work wherever I could find it. An old friend clued me into a medical office that needed someone to come in and do a bit of light filing. I was able to go in at night to limit direct contact with people, so I jumped at the opportunity right away. Ironically, the medical office job had been the safest gig I'd been offered thus far, at least COVID-wise. I wanted to avoid the bus if I could, due to crowds, so I decided to swing for a rideshare app. It's not all that expensive in my area, and I really didn't want a virus. I headed in at almost 3 a.m. because it was after the cleaning crew had left. I was kicking myself for being so cautious though, because at that hour, I was already exhausted. After opening up my app and requesting a ride, I stumbled out onto my block, looking for my ride to show up. And to my tired self's great relief, the car spotted me almost immediately. When he pulled up, he asked, "Uber?" To which I affirmed and hopped in the back seat. The ride itself took a while, but I'd only just moved to the area last year, so I wasn't familiar with all the surrounding areas and ultimately thought nothing of it. I was pretty alert at first, so I was trying to pass the time by playing games on my phone and stuff. But the car didn't have a compatible phone charger, and I wasn't sure the building would have one either. So I wanted to save as much of my battery as possible so that I could request another ride back home once my shift was over. I shut my apps down and put my phone into airplane mode, then eventually drifted off from a combination of tiredness and boredom. I don't often take rideshares, so being alone with a strange driver often put me on edge. But this guy had a pretty boring car and a very standard look about himself. He looked a little like my brother even. Young, clean kept, listening to jazz. Nothing that screamed, "You need to micromanage this trip." When we arrived, the driver tried to wake me up by calling to me from the front, but I was in too deep of a sleep and couldn't fully distinguish his voice from my dream. Finally, he awkwardly jimmied my leg to wake me up and kept saying, ma'am, we're here now." I was embarrassed that I'd been that out of it, so I just gave a hurried "thanks" and booked it out of the car and into the building. As I looked around, I began to realize nothing was what I had expected of an office park. I had seen a street view of the building when I first looked it up on Google, and it appeared to be at a strip mall plaza, which didn't appear to be where I was. The further I went, the more loudly alarm bells were ringing in my gut. The building itself was semi-dilapidated, and it was pitch black dark past the entryway. I expected some lights to be off because it's nighttime, but not the whole building. I skirted across the concrete foundation comprising what was left of the lobby area. Told myself that they must just be renovating, as I followed signs for the stairs. After what felt like ages, but was likely only a few moments, all I had passed was construction equipment, a couple locked doors, and some smashed out windows. At this point, I was certain I wasn't going to find a medical office, and figured maybe I'd mixed up the address. I took out my phone to double check, but once I got it out of airplane mode, I could barely get a signal. I kept moving around in the building, pacing, looking for more bars. I eventually confirmed in my texts that I had written down the correct address just by scrolling back, which didn't require any service. Since I had only been inside for a few minutes at most, I figured I should try to get in touch with the driver, because if I entered the correct address, then it was only fair that he should continue my ride to the correct place and save me the added fees of calling in a second trip, considering that this was all just an innocent mix-up. The app was taking forever to load with my slow service, and before I could get to a cloud of reception, I heard a rustling sound in the lower level of the building. I was on the top floor by now, and the only stairwell that I was aware of was the one that I had taken up, and it had forced me into the middle of the building. There was no way to exit the situation without encountering whoever was downstairs. In an abandoned building in the latest hours of the night, I figured the chances were high that it was a tweaker, and I had no desire to try slipping past one of those, especially when it was late enough that they were probably on something, so jumpy and on edge. I tried to get a text out to a group of friends with my address and a request to call 911 to help me get from the property, because I didn't feel safe walking in that neighborhood at night and didn't have enough reception to call a new ride. But the message wasn't sending. Reception was too weak. So I gave up on getting my phone going and started checking for another stairwell, or even a window with balconies, or dumpsters that could be used to exit the second floor as a last resort, just in case whoever was downstairs ventured upstairs. I scrambled over to a door with a stairs sign on it, but the stairs were completely dilapidated, and it was essentially just a straight drop down to the first floor. At that point, the worst-case scenario began to unfold. I heard whoever was downstairs begin making their way up the stairs. I thought fast and figured based on my walk about the floor that it was basically a giant loop. So I would have to wait for whoever this was to come up the stairs, wait for them to come all the way up, and then sprint the opposite direction of wherever they were going and try to get down the stairs and out of the building in time to make it to the road without having to encounter them. I was not anticipating being chased or anything, but didn't want to piss off a druggie or have a homeless person who might be living there feel as though I'd trespassed and become hostile towards me, or have any sort of interaction that could possibly occur at that hour in an abandoned industrial park. I held my breath as the person appeared at the top of the stairs. To my great relief, it was my Uber driver. I figured that he had come back for me, realizing he had left me in the wrong spot, a place that could have worked out to be dangerous. So that's when I came out from the beam that I was hidden behind and started to wave him down. But then I processed. There was no way for him to realize that this had been the wrong address. My stomach lurched forward and my blood chilled to slush. I made eye contact with him very briefly, and he was completely calm and composed, but breathing heavily and blocking the stairwell down. On a normal, rational day as an outside observer, I could think of a dozen innocent reasons he might have returned. But in the moment, standing across from him, I just knew in my gut that this was someone with ill intent. I can't remember much more from the ensuing few minutes. Operating solely on muscle memory and instinct, I Superman dove for the second stairwell's opening and just let myself fall down the drop. Thankfully, I don't think that he'd seen where I'd gone at first. And though I was in a bit of pain, plenty was bruised, but nothing was completely broken. I scrambled up and threw myself at anything that seemed like it could be a door. It was too dark to tell. I was disoriented from the fall, and I wasn't in a calm enough mindset to think to use my phone's flashlight. Plus, in hindsight, some part of me probably knew that it would call too much attention to my location. Just before I was able to reach the door, it flew open, with a blinding light beaming straight into my eyes. My first thought, though not totally coherent, was, "There's another one of these guys," as I stumbled backwards, trying to find something to hide behind. Before I could find a spot, a voice called out, "All right, this is the police department. Everyone get on your knees with your hands in the air." I didn't believe it at first. I was in such a fight or flight mode and had already committed to flight that I continued to look for ways to get out. But he kept shining the flashlight right at me as I teetered around and yelled, "Hey, I said on the ground right now. Hands out where I can see them." He sounded so authoritative that I just automatically did what he asked. He approached me and finally shined the light away from me. It took a second to get my night vision, but once I did, I could see that he was truly a police officer. I tried to explain what was happening, but first he started asking me all these questions, and that, combined with what had just happened, in addition to my fear of the driver coming back, all snowballed into my being unable to form a single articulate sentence. He was even asking easy questions, like, "Can you tell me your name? Do you have any knives, needles, or anything that could poke or cut me? Would you rather talk in here or outside?" My total stunned babbling in response at first led him to believe I was on something. He directed me out to his car, and once I was safely out of the building, I was able to start catching my bearings just a little bit. I sat on the edge of the back seat of the squad car with the door open facing out, while he stood across from me and asked the same questions again. The first thing that I could think to ask was, "Did my friends call you? What did they tell you?" And he explained no, nobody had called him. He was patrolling the area and noticed a car idling outside of this building that's known to be condemned, and nobody's supposed to be inside. He then stated, "When they are, they're up to no good." He was launching into a speech about how if I'd gone to shoot up or meet a John, that he had resources he could direct me to, and that this was not an ideal place to do either of those things, while also asking if I had somewhere safe to stay the night. But I was stuck on something else that he'd said. Finally, it all clicked. The car. I spilled my whole rideshare story in a frantic word vomit. He looked around, and the car that had got him into the parking lot in the first place wasn't there anymore. The officer guessed that the guy had driven off while we were talking inside the building. He asked me all the details that I remembered, and I told him, but there weren't many. I'd been too tired when the ride started to track much at all. But the officer realized that I could pull up my Uber app and get all the information. There wasn't really enough reception there, even outdoors, so we sped down the road, and once I had enough bars, the app roared to life. And I had 4 missed notifications from Uber. They said, "Hello, I've arrived," and "I don't see you. Can you confirm the pickup address is correct?" and "I'm flashing my hazards." Finally, unfortunately, your driver had to cancel. At first, I thought the driver was so cunning as to pick me up while sending these fake messages and canceling so the GPS wouldn't track us, knowing that I wouldn't notice because I was asleep with my phone off, thus exonerating himself. But instead, I checked the car details, checked again, and the person that I saw on my app was definitely not the same driver with whom I had just gotten into the car with. The person who had driven me there had not been my Uber. My driver was somewhere else on the street when this random guy pulled up to me. The policeman took my statement and said they would keep an eye out for the guy, but the best I could give them to go off of was basically young-looking Caucasian man with brown hair, sideburns, goatee, and a 4-door sedan, maybe wearing a zip-up sweatshirt, perhaps with a hood, which is like 1 out of every 4 guys in the city. I feel so blessed to have survived this near miss. Suffice it to say, I don't take rideshare services anymore. Quadruple check your license plate and driver name. You just never know. This happened a couple of decades ago, but I've never forgotten it. It happened when I was 8 or 9 years old, in the late 70s or early 80s, when most malls had an arcade inside. A common thread with all the arcades? They were all pretty dark for some reason. My mother had gotten a job working at the mall, and since it was summer, she insisted that I go with her to the mall where I might find something to do instead of hanging around the house, watching TV, and eating Little Debbie's all day. Her skincare store was boring to me, so I wandered down the corridor to the arcade and watched grown-ups playing skee-ball or whatever games were popular back then. I had no money of my own, but I soon realized that the adults in the arcade were all too happy to give their tickets away to a little girl because they didn't really want to exchange them for Chinese finger traps or a spider ring anyway. Within 45 minutes, I had collected tons of little tickets and was well on my way to buying the Magic 8 Ball, which I was particularly hyped about. I'm walking around looking to see which games have no players but tickets sticking out of them, or looking to see where the adults are who might be willing to give a kid theirs. But it was getting later in the day, and the customers were getting to be fewer and fewer. I'm trying to decide if I should just get the yo-yo with the tickets I have and be done with it, when I see a man standing at the back corner of the building. He smiles a big, friendly smile before waving at me. He's dressed in a solid white 3-piece suit, which I thought was weird, even for that era. He gestures with his hands that I should come over to where he was standing. I was a little confused since I didn't know him. I looked around the place to see if maybe he was waving at someone else. It was very dark in there. Perhaps he thought that I was someone he knew, or maybe he was the owner of the arcade. Was I in trouble for taking all the unclaimed tickets? He was still smiling and looked nice enough. So I thought I'd be a good kid who listened and followed directions when grown-ups asked them to do something. So I headed his direction. I figured he must have seen me hanging around the arcade and possibly had some tickets, maybe ones that I could have. Yes, the Magic 8 Ball was still a possibility. As I get closer and closer, I see that there's a neon exit sign above his head, and he's standing directly in front of the rear exit door of the arcade. This isn't a door leading into the open mall, but the back door that would have been used to get out to the parking lot. As I got within a few feet from where he was standing, with his hand now outstretched, I went from feeling calm and happy to totally and utterly terrified. I have no idea why I would have been overcome with such a strong and sudden emotion. The man's facial expression hadn't changed one bit, and he was still smiling. He looked like a sweet, overdressed grandpa. I turned on my Buster Brown sandals and dropped each and every one of those hard-earned tickets and ran as fast as I could through the arcade, out the front door, back into the mall, directly to my mom's store where she was still giving ladies makeovers. For the longest time, I felt embarrassed whenever I remembered how I ran away from that nice man and didn't understand why I suddenly got so afraid when there was no clear reason to be afraid. But later, it dawned on me that this man was on the hunt for a little girl who appeared to be alone, one that he could easily walk away with. Standing by the back door, he could have grabbed me and been outside without anyone seeing us. Given all the beeps, whistles, bells, and noises in the arcade, no one would have even heard me scream. My guess is that there was a car waiting just outside that door, and I was only a couple of feet away from having been grabbed and stuffed into the car. There would have been no witnesses left at that time. I don't know what or who put that sudden fear into me, but I'm so grateful for it. I'm still alive and have little girls of my own now, and I never let them go to the arcade. If I didn't get a Magic 8 Ball, they don't need one either. I'm a 41-year-old woman living in Montana, and a few years back, I was forced to relocate after my landlord decided to rent to her son. The community that I had lived in for almost 12 years had become incredibly expensive. So, unfortunately, I was forced to move to another city, and because of the unexpected move and all associated costs, I had to move in with a roommate. My roommate left to pursue better job prospects about 3 months after I had moved in. Our unit was a triplex, so there were 2 gentlemen that inhabited the other units. I was never added to the lease as the property manager required a full deposit, and I was not in a financially healthy spot at the time. I remained in my unit for a year and a half on my own, paying the rent and utilities. During that time, I became very good friends with the man in the unit closest to mine. We'll call the man Devin. Devin was a disabled veteran in recovery, near my age, but perhaps a decade older. I also am a veteran, so he held a soft spot in my heart. We shared meals, hung out, and discussed all of life's mysteries, and would look out for one another. Devin had gone in for some sort of medical treatment, and I had watched his cat while he was gone. Our friendship developed over the course of the year and a half. Devin had expressed romantic interest. However, right from the beginning, I clearly informed Devin that I did not share those feelings, and we would never be more than good friends. Devin seemed to be lonely, which made sense. But I'm a person who requires alone time to recharge my batteries. I set strict boundaries for Devin as he wanted to hang out all of the time. I would catch him walking through the front yard multiple times a day to, quote, get the mail, which I believed was to see if I was outside, so he could stop by and chat. When I would leave in the morning to go to work, Devin was always outside to tell me that I looked nice and to have a good day. I told him that made me feel uncomfortable, and he should just send a text letting me know if he wanted to hang out and then wait for a response. There were a couple of times I yelled at him for overstepping my bounds. The first time, I had just gotten home and pulled into my garage. I was on a phone call and had stayed in the car. Devin looked through the garage window to see if I was home. I was a bit annoyed, but didn't really think much of it. The second time, I was getting dressed in my room during the summer, so I had my window cracked. I felt this was safe as the window was not in a place that anyone should be walking by, as my room faced my patio at the back of the house. I caught Devin peeking through, at which point I lost it. I let Devin know under no uncertain terms that his behavior was inappropriate and that if he didn't respect my boundaries, we could no longer be friends. Last year, while I still inhabited the unit, I had asked Devin to watch my dog for a couple of days so that I could go to a family event out of state. Devin was all too happy to help, and I was very appreciative for this. Not long after I returned, I started to notice strange things in my home, but I really just thought it was me. For instance, I would be fairly certain I had locked my door in the morning when I left for work, but when I'd return in the late afternoon, it would be unlocked. I would be sure I had shut off all of the lights, but when I got home in the evening, one lone light would be on. I really just thought it was my own absent-mindedness. Fast forward a couple of months, and my mom became sick with cancer. My sister watched my dog while I went to tend to my mom. My sister reached out to me and asked if anyone else had a key to my apartment. I let her know that she had the only spare key, but then I asked why. Similarly, she had experienced the same issues with lights and locks. I had not shared my concerns with my sister prior to her communicating hers with me, as I really just doubted my own sanity. While I was out of town, I received a text message from Devin asking if I had a potato that he could borrow. I let him know that I was out of state with my mom who was sick. Devin didn't reply, which was out of character for him, but I had noticed a change in Devin's affect. He was more reserved and less friendly towards me. I thought it probably had to do with my firm adherence to my own boundaries, which was okay by me. He didn't have to like them, just respect them. When I got back to town, one night I stayed over at my sister's house after helping her move. As mentioned above, I was struggling financially, so I would carefully budget and plan my weekly meals. The morning before my sister's move, I had placed 3 pieces of bacon into a Ziploc bag to be used later for a BLT. When I returned the following morning, much to my disbelief, there were only 2 pieces of bacon. I held the bag in my hands, knowing that there had been 3 originally. No longer did I doubt myself. I called my sister and let her know that someone had been getting into my house. The only logical thing that could have happened is Devin made a copy of my key when he had watched my dog in the fall. My sister reminded me about the potato text, and sure enough, the lone potato in my counter basket was now gone. At that point, I had enough information to be certain that my neighbor had violated my trust and was no friend. However, I still wasn't afraid of him. As I mentioned, he's a disabled vet and was somewhat feeble and sickly. I wasn't scared of a confrontation. I immediately went to the hardware store and purchased a camera that streams to your phone once the motion detector had been activated. I placed it facing the side door where Devin would enter. It also had two-way audio capability, so my plan was that when Devin decided to enter my home again, I would see it and say over the camera something to the effect of, "Get the fuck out of my house. Put the key you copied on the counter and never try to speak with me again, or I will contact the police." As I said earlier, I wasn't on the lease and didn't want to be homeless, so I didn't feel like I could turn to the property manager for help, and Devin knew it. In the evenings, I started placing a jug of cat litter and a kitchen chair in front of the door that I knew Devin was accessing my apartment from, but I never expected he would attempt to come in while I was at home. And really, he'd only taken a piece of uncooked bacon and a potato. Laying on the couch one evening, watching TV, I thought that I had heard something sliding on the floor in the laundry room where that door was, but I knew that there was no way he could come in while I was home. My cat was running around playing, so I decided it was probably just her making the noise, and I was being paranoid because of all that had happened. The next morning, while changing my laundry, I noticed the litter and chair had been pushed 3 to 4 inches across the floor. I checked the sensitivity of the camera and found that I was able to replicate the movement of the jug and the chair without setting off the motion detection sensor of the camera. This proved to me that Devin had tried to come in while I was at home. But why? That morning, I took bear spray into the shower with me, while my knees knocked with a bit of apprehension. I was actually terrified. I felt both vulnerable and violated. Devin knew that I now knew as well. He knew that I had placed a barrier in front of the door. After that morning, he was never outside in the morning, nor did he walk through the yard to get his mail. I obtained a firearm for protection and did make a police report. The police officer was a bit annoyed with me, as I didn't want him to approach Devin, as all Devin would need to do is report me to the property manager, and I would be as good as homeless. I'm grateful that whatever he was up to was apparently thwarted. The fact that he tried to come in while he knew I was home gives me the heebie-jeebies. I wonder if he went through my underwear, watched me while I slept, things of that nature. Since my situation has greatly improved, I ended up moving out shortly after to take care of my mom. I got my own place again a few months later. I will never put my trust in another neighbor for pet or house sitting again. It still absolutely blows my mind that I had some douchebag stealing from me, as well as likely stalking me. This story just solidifies one should always go with their gut. There were so many times that a red flag was screaming at me, and I just thought that I was being crazy. To preface, this isn't my story, rather my mom's from the late 80s. It'll be a short one, but after all these years, it's something that I still think about. My mom was spending an ordinary night in her apartment. She had a miniature dachshund named Rocky, whom was her only roommate at the time. For context, my mom is a really pretty blonde woman. She was frequently complimented on her looks, and still is to this day. She had recently rented this place to escape a soured relationship, which she saw as a fresh start. Getting ready to tuck in for the evening, she started to the front door to let Rocky outside to use the bathroom one more time. But something came over her to look outside first. Just that split second is all she needed to listen to her intuition and take a quick peek out the window. As she looked outside, she saw a man standing directly outside her doorway. This caught her off guard. But the thing that really sent chills up her spine was the way that he was standing no more than a foot from the door, while staring directly into the peephole. This person, whoever he was, had made no attempt to knock on the door or ring the doorbell. He simply stood, looking as if he was in wait for something. Perhaps waiting for her to open the door for the very reason she intended. My mom didn't open the door. She instead immediately called the police. And once the officers arrived, they had found that the man had vanished. My mom had never gotten a great look at the man since it was so dark, and the only light on her porch was this flimsy dollar store porch light that didn't work half the time. Other than the man acting extremely suspicious on our doorstep and creepy to boot, there was nothing that the cops could really do other than keep an eye on the place and keep watch for this man. My mom ended up spending the night with one of her girlfriends, who came over shortly after this all unfolded. She doesn't believe that she ever had another encounter with the person who was on her doorstep, but that didn't stop her from checking out the window whenever she was going to let Rocky out from then on after. While I can see some saying that this isn't an overtly terrifying story, my mom didn't tell me about this as a child. She waited until I was in my 20s to share it with me. But it's a story that I strongly remember her telling me. I shudder to think about what could have or would have happened if she just blindly opened that door that night. I got the sense that this person knew my mom lived alone, perhaps knew her routine, and had some sinister plan for the moment that she opened that door. Who knows? Maybe it was someone at the wrong address, or perhaps someone playing a prank that they never owned up to. I don't know. My mom has always been tough as nails. Maybe that also goes hand in hand with being smart and trusting your instincts. I'm a 28-year-old female, and I was just passing through Las Vegas last week. I'd never been there before, but I do know one person who lives there, a friend of mine, who also happens to be a 28-year-old female. I met her through a mutual friend in New York back in 2018, and we've hung out a few times when she'd come to visit our friend, or when she'd come here for work between 2018 and 2020. She seemed relatively normal then, but I will admit, this girl does have some red flags. Red flags being that both her and her mother are both sex workers. She seems naive, and that she just gets taken advantage of often. I'm not trying to judge her. I just feel like she may not have the best guidance in life. She was always a very sweet girl and a great friend to me. I only bring all of this up because it plays a part in the story. So I end up reaching out to her when I land in Vegas just to see what she might be up to, not expecting much. She replied to me right away, saying that she wants to meet me the next day. I agree, and I reach out to her the next day. Mind you, her replies to me are kind of short, but she does ask me to meet her at a hotel off the strip called the Orleans. I found out afterwards that it is in an area that is known for prostitution, which is no surprise, because that's just what she does. So I figured maybe she's working that casino. The friend who I was traveling with, a 30-year-old woman, and I go to meet her there. As we're approaching the casino, we're both getting an eerie, anxious feeling. My Vegas friend meets us out front and seems extremely nervous herself. She wasn't really saying much, appearing to be very anxious, as well as being standoffish towards my friend. I said, "Hey, long time no see. How are you?" Excited to see her. "Oh, not much. Just being followed by the government," she whispered to me. "What? Why?" I said. Right here, I'd like to give the note that she appeared sober, not high on anything, and overall, relatively normal. Our plan was to hang out with her by the pool at the casino. "I don't know where the pool is here. My friend is going to show us," she said. As we were walking into the casino lobby, we see a large middle-aged man, late 40s, had all the earmarks of a meth dealer, wearing the Orleans casino staff t-shirt, standing by the door, waiting for us. He also appeared anxious and continued the standoffish vibe to both my friend and myself. She asks us if we want to get a drink at the bar. We decline, but we go to the bar for a second to get a water bottle. In that time, the man ducks off behind some slot machine and is on the phone. We start walking again, and he meets back up with us and starts guiding us somewhere. We're walking through the casino, and the girl proceeds to tell me that she's being followed by the government because she has a rare fungal infection, and that I won't get the infection by touching her, but it does affect other people. As we are walking, we start to approach a hallway leading us somewhere deeper into the hotel area, away from the casino and lobby. My friend and I looked at each other and both had a bad feeling. So, at the very last minute, without saying a word to each other, we cut a corner and ran out of the casino to our car and left. That's when my Vegas friend began blowing up my phone for the next 2 hours, demanding that I explain myself. She was doing her best to guilt me to come back, that she wanted to have a conversation with me, that the casino just makes her anxious, and that the guy that she was with is at work now, so he won't be around. She was also willing to meet me somewhere else, and asking if I left because she wasn't friendly enough, or if she did something to freak me out. She was also not this enthusiastic to see me to begin with. This only began after we left her. So at this point, many things are going through my head. The most obvious thing being that she was trying to set us up, and I think she was using that being followed by the government thing as a way to distract me and to keep me intrigued. But I also think that she may also honestly believe that she has a rare fungal infection and that she's being startled and stalked by the government. So then I started researching this fungal infection of hers, and what I found was intense to say the least. I started finding info on gang stalking, electronic harassment, voice to skull, weaponized audio, etc. I'm not saying I believe in this stuff by any means, but this whole experience left me feeling uneasy to say the least. I also think it's very weird that so many people believe the same thing, and if it is a delusion, it's still a very common one. I'm dying to know what you guys think about this. Was I being overly paranoid about the whole situation? Or did she really have malicious plans for us? So before I begin, perhaps a little bit of background information would help you understand my story. I'm a 20-year-old guy living in the Netherlands, and I've been a geek my entire life. Games in particular have always played a major role in my life, starting when I got my first PlayStation, back when I was 5 years old. Just something about gaming always got me, be it mechanically or in terms of storytelling. I could always find something to love about it. As I grew older, I got more and more into RPGs, and eventually found my way onto World of Warcraft. As I got more involved in the game, I started joining raiding guilds. For those of you who don't know, it's basically a group of players who intend on facing the game's hardest content as a team. The second guild I joined was the greatest bloody team of people I had met thus far. One of these people was a Swedish girl who was around my age called Maggie. We got along quite nicely. And as it turned out, her mom, who was also in the guild, was actually living in the Netherlands. So often we'd end up in conversations where she asked me to teach her some Dutch, and she'd teach me some Swedish in return. It was all good fun. Fast forward to the beginning of 2013. The aforementioned guild had fallen apart a while back, and I had joined a new one. I'd stayed in touch with some of the people in that old guild, but Maggie really hadn't been online all that much. When she did get back online, we quickly caught up. It turned out that she actually moved in with her mother and had spent the last couple of months improving her Dutch and attending a high school. She also started dating this guy called William, who was actually part of the same guild that I had met Maggie in. He always struck me as a nice guy. Other guild members seemed to think that he was a bit direct and perhaps rude, but being Dutch I understood that's just simply how our culture works, so I was always okay with it. June comes around. Me and Maggie recently finished our final exams and were waiting for the results to come back in. One afternoon while we were playing online, I suggested a meetup between the two of us. I really didn't have much to do, and given that she had voiced her concerns about finding her footing in Dutch social circles, I figured this was a nice opportunity to take our first baby steps into the country. She excitedly agreed and asked if she could bring William along as well. Obviously, I said yes, seeing as he was her boyfriend. Meetups are safer when you arrive as a couple, and meeting former guild members was something I was looking forward to anyway. A couple of days later, I met them both in Rotterdam and had a great day. I showed them around the city since I knew it best. We had some nice conversations, a few laughs, and we ended the day by taking a trip to the Euromast. Before leaving, Maggie had to go to the bathroom, so me and William were waiting outside for her. Striking conversation, I said to him, "You two make a nice couple." "Thanks," he replied. "I freaking love her, you know. Honestly, wouldn't know what I would do without her at this stage." Back then, I didn't think much of that statement. It's just a thing people say when they are in love. So kudos to him, right? Maggie returned from the restroom, we said our goodbyes, and we parted ways. A few weeks later, we got our exam scores back. I had passed high school with flying colors, but Maggie wasn't so lucky. She had failed most of her exams. She told me she was going to be studying for the rest of the summer in order to properly prepare for her rerun of the last year of high school. I told her that if she needed any help, that I was willing to see what I could do, even while I was in college. She was very thankful and assured me that she'd let me know if she needed any help. Fast forward again to September. After our last conversation, Maggie had practically disappeared from the internet. She hadn't logged into World of Warcraft, she was never on Skype, and wasn't even online on Facebook anymore. I had asked William in mid-August how she was doing, and he assured me she was fine, so I thought nothing of it. I even admired her focus on her education. However, during my second week of college, all of that changed. I got into the metro and picked up a free newspaper in the seat next to me to pass the time. I vividly remember turning to the 4th page to read a headline saying, "Swedish woman, 19, from X city, stabbed in own backyard." It took me a few moments to even realize that she lived in that city now, and that she was 19. Even though the article didn't mention a name, I was immediately concerned. I quickly sent Maggie a text message as we exchanged phone numbers when we met up, just to ask her if she was okay. The rest of the day went by, and I heard nothing from Maggie. I eventually figured that if anything had happened to her, people would have most likely started posting things on her Facebook page. Concerned and scared of what I was going to find, I started typing her name into the search bar of Facebook. Sure enough, it was already filling up with messages from people who had heard she passed away from her injuries. After inquiring with some other former guild members, it turned out William had stabbed her. She had broken up with him after she got her horrendous test results back, and he wasn't all too pleased with that. In the aftermath of the incident, me and some other Dutch guild members went to her city to meet up with her friends from school, attend the memorial for her there, and to put some flowers at the scene of the crime on behalf of everyone she had played the game with. When we met up with Maggie's school friends, we found out William hadn't been half as nice as we thought he was. During the relationship, he had been very controlling of Maggie, and after the breakup, he began stalking her and sending her threatening text messages. She even went to the police to report it, but they told her they couldn't do anything for her at that stage. After that, she met a different guy and began dating him. William found out and, well, took matters into his own hands. Thinking back at this, the worst part just came to mind. When we put flowers at the scene of the crime, we stood around for a few minutes, contemplating whether or not we should knock at the door and personally give her mother our condolences, given that we all kind of knew her as well. We decided against it, given that we might unintentionally remind her mother that Maggie's online connections ultimately cost her her life. As soon as we got back to our car, we saw Maggie's front door open. Out of the door came her mother, with Maggie's younger sister. I had known at the time that Maggie had a younger sister, but I didn't know that she was only 6 or 7. I f***ing lost it when I saw her little head hanging down while grabbing hold of her mother, scared to go around the corner to face all the drawings and flowers that people had left there. In telling the story, I found a very recent article that said William is most likely going to prison for 20 years. Honestly, William, I f***ing hope you never make it out of there. I was 10 years old when this occurred. My mother would often leave me in one of the arcades in a mall while she went to do some grocery shopping. One day, after several games, I decided to play Dance Dance Revolution and asked an employee, well, I thought he was an employee because of the way he was dressed, to teach me how to use the game. He was a tall and dark man with curly black hair and beard, and he seemed like he was in his late 30s, which made him look a lot older than the other 2 employees working at the time. But of course, since I was just a child, I didn't really care about such details. He looked nice and helpful, at first sight anyway. When I made the request, he obliged, taught me a little, and watched me closely as I danced through my first games. I didn't mind it at first, because I thought he was just trying to make sure that I could manage the game by myself, before tending to other kids or other game responsibilities. However, several songs later, he was still standing beside the game screen, watching me. I don't know exactly how to describe his stares, but they're the kind that made me feel just so unpleasant and uncomfortable that I could no longer concentrate on the game and eventually stop playing. Even just thinking back on the memory of his stares sends shivers down my spine. I decided to try other games, but he also followed me to every single one. I kept doing it, playing different games like every 5 minutes, hoping that he'd get fed up and leave me alone. But he didn't. What makes it even creepier is that his facial expression went from being the kind employee earlier to slowly turning to something a lot more serious and dark the longer he followed and stared at me. Then the realization hit me. Taking a closer look, this man was no employee. While his clothes could have easily been mistaken for one, he wasn't wearing the exact uniform that the other employees were wearing. Now, I was a really shy kid, and despite having so many other children, their parents, and other employees in the arcade, I didn't muster the courage to ask anyone for help. And since I was alone, everyone else around seemed to think that this guy was my guardian. I tried really hard to ignore his presence and just continued playing different games, hoping my tokens wouldn't run out and that my mother would come to pick me up soon. Until finally, I decided not to wait for my mother in the arcade any longer and to just go find her in the grocery stop that she was shopping in. I was about to go down the stairs. The arcade itself was located on the 2nd floor, and the grocery was on the ground floor, when I noticed that this man was following me out the doors. He caught up to me fast, and to my surprise, he whispered something in my ear, though I couldn't hear him very well because of the noises from the arcade behind us. Noticing my confused and pale expression, he smiled creepily as he slowly grabbed my right shoulder and repeated more loudly this time, "What's your name? Do you want to come with me?" Fortunately, at that very moment, my mother came to pick me up. I looked back at the man, and all of a sudden, his expression had changed back to the kind and helpful guy who had guided me earlier in the game. Still shaken, I watched him as he played the nice guy to my mom, who hadn't suspected a single thing at that point. I didn't tell my mom that this guy was stalking and scaring me either. I just really wanted to leave and get out of there quickly. As we were leaving, I still remember looking back at the man once more, and I really wish I hadn't. He was still glaring at me when he waved, winked, and silently mouthed the words, "See you later." I can very honestly say that I've never been so scared throughout my entire childhood as I was that day. And just as bad, any fond memories that I may have held about DDR are now gone as well. I was roughly 8 or 9 years old at the time of this story. I remember the attachable LCD for the PlayStation 1 had just come out, which would put this around the year 2001. My mother, my brother, and I took a little trip one afternoon to our local Toys R Us. My brother and I love video games, so we would typically skip the rest of the store and head straight to the electronics section. I guess my mom thought the store was safe enough to leave us in that area while she looked around. I mean, the place was well lit. The rows of shelves were relatively low. The section had its own checkout counter and attendants. We weren't alone, since there were 2 of us, and my brother is 2 years older than me. Anybody could have seen someone grab a kid, though the thing is, these sick fucks tend to think premeditatedly, cautiously stalking and luring out their prey until they are ready to strike. A detail that no parent should overlook. So my brother and I split up, checking out the newest games and accessories, when I noticed someone talking to my brother. The guy was definitely not an employee. He was tall, Caucasian, with a slim build, gray hair, buzz cut, and seemed to be in his 40s or 50s. They talked for a bit, and then the guy went about his business. I went up to my brother and asked him what the man wanted. My brother was quieter than usual, and simply stated that the man had offered to buy him anything he wanted in the store. My brother conveniently left out what he would have to do in return. As a kid, I guess I couldn't fathom the man's true intentions, and merely thought he genuinely was going to buy the gift and leave us alone forever. The only thing running through my juvenile mind at that moment was to grab the most expensive game console I could see. So naive, I now know. Anyway, my brother knew better. He declined the man's offering, and he told me to completely forget about the notion. When we eventually rejoined my mom and exited the store, we were walking towards the car and away from Toys R Us. I looked at the adjacent street and spotted that man. I pointed and told my mom about him. He was staring right at us as he drove away in his hoodless Jeep, possibly still reeling from almost getting caught. I still remember this vividly, almost as if it happened yesterday. In fact, as an adult, there are times where I'm sure that I'm about to dream about it, but I wake up before the truly frightening part. I was a kid playing a console video game at Snyder's drugstore back in 1984, as my father bought a card for my mom a couple of aisles over. A tall, skinny, red-haired man in his 30s came over and told me that he was a police officer and needed to bring me to the station to ask me questions about stolen candy. He grabbed my hand directly off of the arcade console and led me out of the store, across the parking lot, into the street. We cross over and I remember crying to the guy, telling him I didn't steal any candy. He pulled me behind a church, and that's when I suddenly hear my father screaming my name frantically. I look off in the direction that I hear the yells and see his green Woody station wagon. I point at the car with my free hand and yell, "That's my dad. He'll tell you I didn't steal any candy." Thankfully, my dad heard me, threw the car in park, came running over, and shouted for me to get into the car and to stay there with the doors locked. The guy let go of my hand and began running behind the church. I ran to the car, and my dad ran after the guy. I laid on the floor of the car, just freaked out by what was happening and too scared to look out the window. My dad came back a few moments later. I'll never forget how white his hands were while gripping the ridges around the wheel, and there was blood running down his knuckles. He drove me home shouting the whole way to never walk away with anyone. I told him the guy said he was a cop. My dad started screaming incoherently in his native tongue about creepy liars trying to hurt kids. That night, my mom gave me a long talk about how some people are bad and they can't be trusted. how this world isn't a nice place as she bandaged my father's hands. In that moment, I can remember my father whispering to my mom, "I think I knocked his tooth out, but I should have killed the bastard." This was my first real traumatic incident, the one where I realized that the world wasn't as simple as being a kid and trusting just any adult. I'm retired now, but I spent my entire professional life dedicated to law enforcement. And as you can imagine, that lends itself to some pretty crazy stories. The things that you see when you're on patrol during the hours that most people are asleep can really put a jolt through you. Although my most chilling stories come from once I made detective. What I'm about to share is the case that all but made me hang my cuffs up. I worked homicides for nearly 20 years for a small department of maybe 5 to 6 detectives. We weren't a large squad because the city that we served at the time was fairly small compared to other cities elsewhere. And as you can imagine, murders were not everyday crimes for us, but that didn't mean that there weren't a fair share to go around. In the early 2000s, my partner and I drew an assignment for what appeared to be a botched home invasion that resulted in the death of an entire family. A man, his wife, and their 2 young children. This occurred in absolutely brutal fashion. While you want to solve every case that lands on your desk, one like this adds a bit more fuel to that fire. The scene itself showed obvious signs of forced entry. A window along the side of this 2-story home was pried open using what at the time we could guess was some sort of tool. A neighbor who was used to seeing this family, the Smiths, on almost a daily basis, requested a welfare check when he hadn't seen or heard from them in over a week. The family home was in a suburb, well-kept lawns and clean streets, the American dream. It may help to visualize the layout of the home where this crime occurred. As you step inside the front door, there's a living room directly to the left. There's a staircase in front of you, and a hallway beyond the stairs on the first floor. Both the hallway and the living room can take you to the kitchen/dining room. There's also a bathroom, a laundry room, and a few small closets on floor number 1. Up the stairs, another hallway with 2 rooms on each side and a closet at the end. The first room on the left, a bathroom. The second appeared to be the owner's suite. The first room on the right was adorned with pinks and purples, so we figured it to be the daughter's room. The second room on the right was filled with dinosaur figurines, superhero posters, and a race car bed, so we knew it to be the little boy's room. But beyond the benign rooms, decor, and family photos, it was very clear that this house was the scene of very tragic happenings. This might be a bit much for some to handle, but it's important for the story. The first family member we come across is the father, lying on his stomach, a step or 2 away from the stairs. It was clear that he had been battered and likely died from multiple bludgeoning strikes to the head. He was lying a foot away from a large puddle of semi-dried blood. In the area between the kitchen and living room, we encountered Mrs. Smith. She was lying face down as well, also with what appeared to be a wound to the back of her head. Blood and matter clung to her once brown blonde hair that now appeared almost maroon in the light. While it took a strong stomach to get through the first floor discoveries, it pales in comparison to what was found upstairs. In the closet of the furthest bedroom, we found the lifeless bodies of the son and daughter. It appeared that whatever happened to them, it was just as violent as what met their parents. And while only a child herself, it seemed as if Big Sister did everything she could to protect her little brother. It simply wasn't enough, though. Even in this profession, you never harden off to seeing those that met their end in a violent manner. And that is especially so when it comes to children who are unequivocally innocent and do not deserve this type of fate. After walking through the scene, the investigation began. The house was already locked down, Uniforms began asking neighbors if they saw anything, while my partner and I carefully looked for anything that would give us an idea of when, who, and why. We found very little upon initial examination. No bloody handprints or ski mask left behind, like you'd see in the movies. And unfortunately, no weapon either. We did, however, identify that the back door, the one exiting the kitchen into the backyard, was unlocked. And we also happened to find a single partial boot print on the side of the house, likely where the perp pushed off to make entry into the home. We weren't able to tell brand or model of the boot, but we were able to approximate the size of the shoe, a size 13. I run about 6 feet 4 inches tall, and at the time was about 250 pounds. I wear a size 11, so whoever it was that we were looking for was a big man. My partner and I spoke with a neighbor who had phoned in, and he explained that in addition to not seeing the Smiths for nearly a week, that the night before calling, he had noticed the open side window from his own home. This stuck out to him because the Smiths wouldn't typically leave their windows open during the evening hours. The next morning, when the window was still wide open, he thought it best to call. After taking statements, bagging up what we could, and having the medical examiner take custody of the deceased, we closed up the house and began the next stage of our work. If you watch any true crime, you know that the first 48 hours are huge in cases like these. That part is not a dramatization. The first day or two is when you need to make hay in this work. If not, the chances of things going cold ramp up really quickly. Unfortunately, that's where things were headed. Neighbors hadn't seen anything. The Smiths pretty much kept to themselves, so not a lot of the community had anything insightful to say about them. The only thing we were able to glean was that there had been a rash of break-ins reported in the extended neighborhood. While it wasn't much to go on, the common thread of breaking in was enough for us to think that there was likely something here. The first 48 hours came and went, and we were still pretty much at square one. The medical examiner confirmed that all 4 family members had been struck by a blunt object that caused their deaths. Mother, son, and daughter all took 1 to 2 blows. The father received many more. This is when our story jumps forward by about a week. One evening, I get a call from our sergeant saying that they had a guy in custody that I might want to speak to. This man was caught prowling nearby to the neighborhood where our case was located. A vigilant citizen saw this guy skulking around his neighbor's house in the evening, called the police, and without incident, the guy was brought into the station. What adds to this is that this guy was a large fella, about 6 feet 6 inches tall, and nearly 300 pounds. He was found with a crowbar on his person that he likely was going to use to pry open an entry point before making way into this house. My first question to my sergeant before landing at the station was, "Is he wearing boots?" The answer was no. He was wearing tennis shoes. Damn. But nonetheless, that's when my partner and I go into the interrogation room and meet this guy. We'll call him Roy. Roy was cordial when we introduced ourselves, but he wasn't a chatty person. We asked if he knew why he was here. He said that he did, because he was somewhere he shouldn't have been. We asked if this is something that he did regularly. He said that times were tough for him. He didn't have a job, didn't really have a place to live, so he had to get by somehow. When we asked him if he knew why he was speaking with us, the homicide cops, he all but clammed up, just saying, "I have no idea." That's when we got into the meat of things, saying that there had been an incident where a family met an unfortunate end, that someone fitting his bill had likely made their way into a home looking to burgle, and ultimately took their lives. Roy said that he didn't know anything about this, that he sometimes stole to survive, but that he would never take a life. This interview went on for about 4 to 5 hours, pretty much going in a gigantic circle. We tried to get Roy to paint himself into being at the Smith's house, but no luck. He stuck to his story, that he didn't know a thing, and he didn't give us much more than that. 5 hours turned into 8, then 8 turned to 12, and we were getting nowhere fast. Here's the thing though. I knew in my heart that Roy absolutely was not sharing the entire story with us. And, if I'm being frank, why would he? We didn't have much linking Roy to our crime. He wasn't wearing the boots that we could match to the footprint. His fingerprints weren't found at the scene, and all he was being arrested for at that moment was prowling. Why would he admit to something much larger? The issue that we were facing was that our window to charge Roy with anything else was beginning to dwindle. We can only hold someone for 24 hours before we have to either charge them with something or let them go. The charge of prowling is one that most people will bond out within 12 hours of after being processed. And I knew that if Roy walked out that door, that we wouldn't see him again. So as the clock ticked, it was time to throw the Hail Mary. A few notes that are important here. This was the early 2000s. DNA science was around, but it wasn't a fast process. We could test for DNA, but the lab stuff would take weeks or months to receive results for. Law enforcement knew this. Many criminals and lay people did not. And, potentially just as important, during interrogations, cops are allowed to, let's say, bend the truth as they see fit. Savvy criminals are aware of this, often not speaking a word more than what they have to. But unsavvy criminals can get real loose with things. At about hour 21, we go back into the room with Roy, and using my best poker face, I tell him that I'm going to level with him, that I don't think he's telling us the whole story, that I believe that he was at the Smith's residence because we found his hair in one of the rooms. We had not. And that we tested his tool of choice, the crowbar, and found microscopic traces of blood on it. We had not at that point, although it had been sent out to the lab. That's when I drew down, getting more emphatic and passionate as I laid this all out, practically yelling at Roy. You were there. The evidence shows that. I can understand wanting to break in, but why did you have to kill them? What could they have done that warranted that? Why did you kill them? That's when Roy uttered 4 words that haunt me even now. He said, because they were home. After he said that, it took me a moment to compose myself. I wasn't expecting it to be said so matter of fact, that it was so cut and dry. But there was also this sense of, we've got him. It was recorded. He admitted it. And now that he did, I needed him to give us the why. I'm going to shorthand this one, but Roy had apparently been staking out the Smiths' home for a few nights previous. He had never witnessed lights on in the house or a car in the driveway, so he figured that whoever lived there was away and it would make for an easy target for a quick come-up. What Roy didn't know, though, was the fact that the first 2 nights he was scoping out the Smith home, they had been away for a quick trip to see Mrs. Smith's mother a few towns over. They had arrived back home about 8 hours before Roy decided it was his night to break in. There was no car in the driveway because the Smiths used their garage, and by the time Roy had decided to make his way inside, there were no lights on because the family was more or less tucked in for the night, all except for Mrs. Smith. Mrs. Smith had been doing some late-night laundry towards the rear of the house when Roy made his way in through the side window. As she walked through the main hallway and into the living room, that's when Roy first saw her. She turned to run away from the intruder in her home, likely upstairs, but before she had taken more than a step or two, Roy unleashed a massive blow to the back of her head that dropped her and likely dispatched her upon impact. Before she was struck, Mrs. Smith let out a single scream, a cry for help to her husband. Mr. Smith, who we believe was in bed, sprang up and ran downstairs. When he landed at the base of the stairs, he came face to face with Roy standing over his wife with a weapon in hand. A struggle ensued, but it didn't last long. as Mr. Smith, who was 5 feet 10 inches tall and maybe 190 pounds, was knocked to the ground before being savagely beaten. Simply horrible, and it could have just ended there. Roy was inside. He had dispatched the only 2 people that could have potentially stopped him. He could have taken whatever he wanted and been gone in the wind. But by his own admission, once things got quiet in the house, he heard faint sobs coming from upstairs. Knowing that there were other people in the house, people that could possibly tell on him for his actions, he felt that he had to deal whoever that was the same fate. He walked upstairs, past the front bedroom, past the master bedroom, before identifying the cries in the last room at the end of the hallway. He made his way inside to find 2 terrified children, 2 children potentially aware of what had just happened downstairs, but 2 children who posed no threat to Roy whatsoever. And instead of walking out of that room and away from that house, he entered the room and emerged moments later after snuffing out 2 more innocent lives. He said that after all of this transpired, that he was in a daze, wasn't thinking clearly, and forgot to grab any valuables, which was the whole reason that he was there to begin with. He simply unlocked the back door, walked out, hopped the rear fence, and strolled off into the night. At this point, absolutely mortified, I pointed out to Roy that while none of this had to happen, the kids, he didn't have to do what he did, that they hadn't seen him up to that point. They wouldn't have been able to identify him, that he could have just left. The look on his face when I said this, it was like that thought had never once registered with Roy. Just as chilling as his admission that this family met their demise simply because they were home, the idea that he was resigned to just kill everyone in that house absolutely sticks with me to this day. That night at the station, Roy was booked in on 4 counts of murder. When we got the test results back from the lab, they had found both blood and hair on that crowbar, all of which matched the Smith family. In court, it was presented by the prosecutor that Mrs. Smith and the kids met with a terrifying and gruesome end, but it happened quickly. Mr. Smith, however, did not die immediately when he was attacked at the bottom of the stairs. The reason that there was a pool of blood a few feet from where he lay was indicative of him attempting to crawl upstairs, likely trying to his last breath to protect his children that he knew were hiding in their rooms. Whether fueled by adrenaline, parental duty, or what, his dying act was made in vain, as his entire family perished that night. Roy was ultimately sentenced to death upon being found guilty. Throughout his entire case, he showed little remorse, if any. He delivered no words of apology or condolences for those affected by his acts, and stayed silent every minute of his time in court. Throughout my career, I've seen untold amounts of wickedness during my time with law enforcement. However, for one evening over 20 years ago now, I came to know the face of evil, and his name was Roy. This happened about 7-ish years ago, and for the record, I can also provide the recording down below in the description. I was spending the night at my friend's house with another friend of ours. It was summer, so we slept with the window wide open, and she didn't happen to have a screen on her window. We were in a safe area though, so we didn't have second thoughts about it. I slept right next to the window, as I typically get hot when I sleep, and I placed my phone on the windowsill. I used a sleep recording app on my phone because I was known to talk in my sleep, and it was amusing to hear just what I'd say. Also important to note, we were completely home alone that evening. This time, however, my phone recording caught a man's voice. The first thing sounds like a grunt. Her window was high up, but not quite the second story, and her house was on kind of a slopey hill. Then we heard a man's voice say, hello, in almost a loud, cheery voice. At the end of the recording, you could hear the man whisper, "Oh God, something is wrong." Thank the heavens that nothing happened that night, but it's still quite creepy. We weren't sure who the hell it could have been. It sounded like a full-grown man, and as mentioned, no one else was home with us. I never slept over at her house again after that, which I felt bad for because she was absolutely petrified to sleep in her room again. She also never again slept with her window open. We don't know if that man was trying to break in, if maybe he thought it was a buddy's house, but then saw 3 teenage girls all cuddling and sleeping together. I'm not sure what it was, but I still get goosebumps listening to that recording. And even now, I still don't sleep with my windows open. Hey guys, rather than forcing you all to click on a link, I'm going to play the recording that OP has provided. I'll play it twice. Be sure to let me know what you think is being said. And also, what do you think about the entire situation?
Hello. Hello.
So a couple of years back, I was living with 2 roommates, both women, Emily and Jenna, in a 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom apartment. Luxury, I know. We knew each other from work, and since we were all new to the city, we figured it would be most convenient to live with each other. I was the oldest in the apartment at 26. Emily was 23, and Jenna was 21. And just let me tell you, there is a huge difference between 26 and 23, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I'd essentially partied myself out at this point. Alcohol and I had entered into a relationship where a glass or 2 of wine or a nice bourbon was amenable, but anything more than that put me on my ass for the foreseeable future. Emily and Jenna still partied like college freshmen, and a lot of their weekends were spent getting drunk, going out, and bringing guys back home. No judgment here. I'm all for empowered women doing their thing. Most nights, I would hang with them for the first part as they pre-gamed at the apartment, and then when they went out, I'd wind down and head to bed. At 26, I was a card-carrying member of the Old Ladies Society, and I wasn't ashamed at all. Some might even say that I was our chapter's president. On one particular night in January, the night played out in its typical way. They headed out to a friend's house and the bars around 9:30 p.m., and I snuggled up with a book and fell asleep around 11:30. Fast forward to 4 a.m., and I'm awoken by some very strange noises in my room. I thought it was my hamster, Tater Tot, making noises in her cage, but I knew something was very wrong when I felt my duvet being pulled off of me. My boyfriend at the time was living in a different city, and he wasn't visiting this weekend, so believe me when I say that I was concerned at the very least. My eyes popped open to see a pale, skinny, butt-ass naked man pulling my covers off of me and attempting to get into bed next to me. Have you ever had that feeling that your stomach is falling out of your butt? Because, yeah, that's what I felt in that moment. At that time, I was utterly and totally convinced that this was my end, that I would be raped and murdered in my own bed by a strange man, all before I was able to pay off my student loans. I'm sorry, Mom, here's another $15,000 you have to worry about, because our government doesn't think that death is a good enough reason to forgive loans. Once the initial instance of sheer terror wore off a little bit, I realized that this guy was probably a guy that Emily had brought home. Jenna was dating a guy at the time who was around fairly frequently, so I knew him, and this pale stick of a man attempting to get into bed with me was not him. Gathering all of my courage and metaphorically picking my stomach out of my ass, I tapped him on the arm, and I was very careful not to let my eyes or hand drift any lower, because hey, I didn't want him getting any ideas while he was intruding into my most sacred space in the apartment. I said, no, stop. He looked at me with those eyes that you can just tell someone is drunk out of their minds with. You know, lights on, nobody home kind of deal. He cocked his head to one side like a confused puppy. I asked, "Who are you here with?" A little more forcefully than my initial statement. "Emily," he replied, swaying just a little. "Yeah, no, this isn't her room, and I'm not Emily. She's across the living room." He looked at me for another second, and then, with slurred speech, but in a tone that told me he was deeply embarrassed, said, "Oh shit. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll go." He turned on his heels and walked out of my room, closing the door very gently as he did, and his pale bare ass practically glowing in the moonlight streaming in from my window. I bolted out of bed and locked the door behind him. I didn't need any more surprises that night. I crawled back into bed, heart still pounding, and spent the next 30 minutes doing the deep breathing exercise my counselor taught me to calm myself down, just enough to fall back asleep. What I think happened is that he got up to pee in the middle of the night and didn't remember where Emily's room was, and so just walked into mine mistakenly. It's honestly a weird mistake since Emily's bathroom and her bedroom are literally right next to each other. But since the guy had never been into our apartment before, and he was likely more drunk than a frat boy named Chet, I guess he got confused. In any case, he slipped out of the apartment before I got up that morning, and when I told Emily what had happened, she practically broke down. She was so upset. I still lock my bedroom door to this day, even though I'm living with my boyfriend, who keeps a baseball bat next to the bed just in case we have intruders. I'm glad it was a mistake, and I'm glad I wasn't harmed. But man, that was the most scared I've ever been in my entire life. Given our mutual enjoyment of frightening stories, I've decided to share one personal story that terrified me to the point of paranoia. For the record, I'm a 28-year-old male, and this happened just last year in a major southern US city. Given the nature of what happened, I'm not fully comfortable sharing the precise city and locations. Given time, you'll understand why. My best friend Lauren and I took advantage of an extended weekend to visit several of our close friends, whom had all moved to said city. For clarity, their names are Jacob, Jessica, Bailey, and Tim. Conveniently, they all live in the same house, which is important to this story. We had no shortage of fun and eventful moments Thursday and Friday, but Saturday night is where it all kicks off. We went to this arcade bar that had damn near every arcade game in history, plus all the new fighting games converted to arcade style. Jacob and I have a pretty mean geek streak, so this was pure bliss for us. Getting to dominate in Tekken, Injustice, TMNT, more Tekken. It was a dream come true. Lauren was also having a blast with us, but Bailey and Jessica were struggling to find enjoyment. Bless their hearts. Tim had to work a sudden night shift, so he wasn't with us then. Eventually, most of the group decided to grab an Uber to their favorite country and line dancing bar. I'd been before, and country just isn't my thing, so I stuck to the barcade. Eventually, Lauren decided to take an Uber to the country bar as well, as she'd never been and was curious. Planning to fully regroup at the country bar later when the barcade closed, we set up a group text and told Jessica and Bailey that Lauren was on her way and to meet her out front, since it was a massive place. And then off Lauren went. I don't remember how much time had passed, but I received a text from Lauren telling me she couldn't find Bailey anywhere and that Jessica had already gone home. Jacob and I decided to drive over there, pick up Lauren, and head home ourselves. We just figured Bailey was with the guy she was interested in at the time, hence the radio silence. After the 20-ish minute drive to the bar, I called Lauren, told her we were out front, only for her to respond with, "It's okay, I'm going to stay a while longer." "Are you sure you want to stay?" I asked. "Yes." With no other option, I asked her to let us know when she's on her way back, and to be safe, and then Jacob and I drove back to the house. Before I go any further, I want to describe the layout of this house. It's a traditional 2-bedroom home with the office room having been converted for an extra bedroom. This house also had no curtains or blinds on any of the windows, and there are 2 massive windows in the living room looking out onto the main road. The converted office room has 2 French doors that open to the outside, and those are made up of glass windows themselves. In the backyard, there's a garage that has its own mini house attached to it. This is where Jacob lives, and I slept there for the weekend. Once we arrived back home, we had 1 or 2 more drinks, and at around 2:30 a.m., I got a text from Lauren saying she was on her way back. With that, I went to the futon and passed out. I was jolted awake by the sound of the door being burst open and somebody shouting at us. It was Bailey. She was the one shouting, frantically demanding to know where Lauren was. My watch read 4:30, and I felt uneasy in my stomach. It took Jacob and me about 15 minutes to get home, so where the hell was Lauren? She hadn't answered or returned any of Bailey's calls. Jacob was so drunk that he couldn't stay awake, so it was on Bailey and me to try and find Lauren. I called her, and this time, luckily, she picked up. Having known her for 10 years, I could tell she was both highly intoxicated and scared, trying not to show it as best as she could. This, in turn, only scared me even more. Asking the obvious question, where the hell she was, and if she was okay, she aggravatingly responds that she's fine and in an Uber headed to the house. ETA, 15 minutes. I couldn't get any more information from her. She said she needed to hang up so she could use her GPS to get home, and quickly disconnected the call. But why would she need to use GPS if she was in an Uber? 15 minutes to the T, and no sign of Lauren arriving. I was ready to turn this whole town upside down, but called her one more time. She picks up, sounding just as agitated as the first time. But on this occasion, I hear more than one voice on the other end of the line before they all hush. As I start asking her all of the details of the Uber car, the driver, and any other passengers, she tells me it's a red Toyota sedan and she's 3 minutes out, hanging up once more, again abruptly. Not taking any chances, I quickly put on a shirt and pants, grabbed my 2 knives, ready for a potential mess with whomever these guys might be, and waited on the front porch. Bailey was waiting in the wings, ready to call 911 in the event that shit went south. Roughly 3 minutes later, a vehicle slowed towards our driveway. It was a white pickup truck. The passenger door opens, and out walks Lauren, exiting with haste, and not bothering to close the door or even look back. She didn't say a word to the driver. I could quickly see 3 other guys in the truck, but couldn't get any specifics before one of them closed the door. As we both rushed to Lauren's side to help her in, she was dead silent and slightly stumbling as she walked to the house. After what she told us, I have plenty of reason to believe that these guys may have been traffickers. 1. She was all alone and lost in the bar when a guy came up to her and asked her to dance. When she agreed, another guy came and grabbed her phone and wallet, with the excuse that it'll make dancing easier. How easy it'd be to check her ID and see she's not from the state, appeared to be alone. Plus, they could use that as a means to keep her from leaving. 2. They took her to a separate room where a bunch of guys had her drink a shitload of booze. She'd be too intoxicated to drive, but she wouldn't appear drugged, making it easy to slip past security under the guise that she's too drunk to drive, so we'll take her home. 3. They said they knew the address to which she wanted to go, but they knew a shortcut. Lauren's too smart to fall for that, which is why she pulled up her GPS. Once I called, they must have realized that people were already looking for her. After she told us all of this in the living room, we noticed that the truck hadn't moved, but only turned its headlights off. Once I turned the house lights off, they finally left. no couch for Lauren tonight. She was definitely sharing a bed with someone. We made sure that every single door and window was locked, and to call us and or 911 if anything went bump in the night. I went back to the garage house only to learn that the front door doesn't properly lock. Like, what? The only brilliant idea I had was to place a bunch of empty beer cans from the weekend against the door. That way, we could all hear if the door even slightly opened. By this point, it was about 5 in the morning. Still no sun. Knife under my pillow. And back to sleep I went. I was pretty sure that the ordeal had passed, but I was disturbed at the thought that these likely are dangerous people. And now, they know where my friends live. Not even an hour later, I woke again to a sound by the door. Sure enough, it was the sound of beer cans toppling over on the tile floor, followed quickly by the door being quietly shut. Knife in hand and ready to piss a river, I was confronted with 2 immediate choices. Check the window to see if anyone was outside fleeing, or check the interior for any intruders. I chose the latter, stupidly forgetting to call my friends or 911. I was both tired and scared. Jacob still hadn't budged from his bed, and I couldn't find the strength to yell at him to wake up and come with me. I just kept checking every room and every corner, underneath Jacob's bed and the garage. If the situation weren't already terrifying, that garage at night would be a phenomenal prop for a horror movie. After concluding that Jacob and I were the only ones in the house, I checked the beer cans on the floor. It was not my imagination or a dream. The beer cans had definitely been pushed by the door. Someone had tried to get in. I looked out the window for the first time and found nothing out of the ordinary, but I gave whomever came snooping plenty of time to run or hide as I checked inside. Thinking only for the safety of my friends inside the main house, I made yet another stupid decision to step outside and check the perimeter. It was still incredibly dark out. The only light available was from a dim backyard light that perpetually stayed on. That, in addition to the flashlight on my phone. There were no cars at this time of night, no dogs barking, and I can't remember hearing any birds or insects. The silence itself was unnerving. I was waiting to hear footsteps, or breathing, or to see someone at every turn of my flashlight. But nobody was in the backyard. So I checked the windows and doors for any signs of disturbance that I could tell of. I could see directly into the office bedroom, which made me feel sick at the thought of someone with ill intentions peering in to see who was sleeping in that room. Fortunately, my search was anticlimactic, as I didn't find any sign of anyone sticking around. Regardless, I hauled ass back into the garage house, relieved myself, rearranged the beer cans in case someone were to try again. But this time, I stayed awake and alert until the adrenaline dump sent me off to sleep once more. When I woke up, my watch read 11:30-ish, and as far as I know, nothing else happened. I updated a rather hungover Jacob about what went down less than 12 hours ago, to which he simply responded, "Shit." I found it rather funny, given how highly strung I was while handling the situation. I didn't want to, but I asked everyone if they tried to get into the garage house after Lauren was back home. And of course, nobody said they did. I only told Jacob about my personal ordeal, in the hope that he would get that lock fixed. I didn't want to freak anyone else out more than they already were. 2 months later, when Lauren and I came back to visit once more, that's when I told them everything. And I was most pleased to see that Jacob's lock had been fixed, and that there are now blinds on every single window. Lessons learned, apparently. This is a story that I quietly remember to myself on occasion. It never really leaves my mind, just gets pushed down real deep before coming back to the surface. It comes from my childhood. It involves a couple of friends, and an act that still leaves me shaken. I grew up in the state of Arizona, Scottsdale to be specific, in the 90s and early 2000s. I attended Pima Elementary with a brother and sister named Brittany and Bobby. Brittany and I were the same age, in the same grade. We were both on honor roll, and we played on the same basketball team together. Bobby was about 2 years younger than us, I believe. He didn't seem like the typical annoying little brother. Brittany always did her best to involve him, cared and looked out for him. Their mother, Mary, was a sweet woman and very involved with their lives and our school functions. We all even attended the same church together. The kids happened to be in the choir. Brittany was a typical preteen. She had a lot of friends, was funny, smart, and polite, as was Bobby. Typical kids. They were both a little shy when you first got to know them. Quiet, but always very kind, and everybody seemed to love them. I know people say this stuff all the time about others, but this is the honest to God's truth. They were really good kids. Their father, Robert, came to some of our basketball games and sat all the way in the back of the stands, alone and silent, totally antisocial. My father tried to converse with him a few times, but to no avail. My dad didn't like Robert at all. He had these cold eyes that just seemed to look right past you, even when he was speaking to you face to face. He never cheered or congratulated Brittany. It seemed more like he had to be there than actually wanted to be. He honestly gave me the heebie-jeebies. You could tell he was a strict parent, not a huggable guy that tells his kids that he loves them. He was a hunter, a military man, avid outdoorsman, and most importantly, seemed more than just a little bit sketchy. One day, it was a regular weekday morning. I was getting ready for school, and the news happened to be on. I was called into the living room where my parents were watching breaking news. Live on our TV set was Brittany and Bobby's house, up in flames. At this point, no one knew if anyone was in the house, and I just remember praying that they were all safe. It took a while for the fire to be put out, but once it was, the news was grim. Mary, the mother, was found with a slit throat and a gunshot wound to the head. The kids, their throats were also cut. How scared they must have been still breaks my heart. The police said that they were found in their beds, so my hope and wish is that they were sleeping when this absolutely horrible act was committed. Robert, the father, was nowhere to be found as days went by. Our school was filled with grief counselors, and a lot of my classmates went by the house to pray for the family and place signs of remembrance there. It was a horrific shock to our community, and the news stations played it out for days on end. There was so much speculation as to what had happened. Robert's parents were in complete denial that he would do such a thing, and who could blame them? They insisted that someone else did it, and he must be in some sort of trouble. Some even speculated it had to do with some sort of gambling debt that he owed. Come to find out, Robert had cheated on his wife in the past. They had had some sort of argument the night before, although now, I'm not sure if that's what the fight was even about. But long story short, she wanted to leave him, and he just couldn't handle the thought of a divorce. His truck and his dog were found a week later in the Tonto National Forest, about 50 miles north of us. For those of you who may not have figured it out yet, the father in the story is a man named Robert Fisher, a guy that spent 20 years on the FBI's most wanted list in connection to the slaying of his wife, 2 children, and subsequently bombing their home in an attempt to cover up his crimes before disappearing himself. This whole situation is gut-wrenching and heartbreaking. What I still can't get over is the fact that he brought his dog along with him, but brutally murdered his children. It sickens me to my core. Needless to say, the police scoured the woods for days and didn't find a single piece of evidence as to where he could have gone. Some people think that he unalived himself, but some people, like myself, believe he's still out there on the run, under an assumed identity. It would make me feel better to think that he was dead and rotting in the afterlife for what he did. But he was such a skilled outdoorsman, like I previously stated, that I believe he absolutely could have survived in those woods and gotten away. I even think he could have used the woods as a diversion for the police before he left and headed somewhere else. They never found his body, so it's not too hard to imagine. He could have fled to Mexico or anywhere really, and could be living a carefree life somewhere else. I hope he's caught in his lifetime so that Mary's family can get closure and justice, and this piece of shit can rot in prison where he belongs. But at the time of telling the story, he's yet to have been seen again. More than just a creepy encounter, this is a tragic story that touched all of our lives, and I'm glad that it still gets talked about today. I will never forget Brittany and Bobby. My story happened in Albuquerque, New Mexico, nearly 40 years ago now. I was in college at the time and had an apartment on the east edge of town. It was a fourplex, and there were a couple of undeveloped lots nearby. I remember that it was around 9:30 that night, and I was doing my laundry in my shared laundry room at the apartment. I needed quarters for the machine, so I walked across this main road to the local 7-Eleven across the street. As I walked up to the door of the building, I see this big, ugly guy standing outside the door, just leering at me. My radar goes off, and I want to turn around, but I'm already walking, so I figure I'll just go inside and wait there until he leaves. As I walk in the store, that's when I see that ugly guy has a friend buying something, and they have a white, windowless van, which happens to be the only vehicle in the area. Now, I'm really worried. I go inside and start strolling through the 3 aisles to wait them out. This action seems to raise the suspicion of the 7-Eleven clerk. He asks me if I'm going to buy anything. I tell him I need quarters, but I'm waiting for those guys outside to leave. The clerk asks me again. I tell him the same thing. And when he asks me the 3rd time, then he tells me that I need to leave. The 2 creeps are still outside the door, now intently watching me. I tell the clerk once more, who happens to look around 17 or 18 years old. I tell him that I'm scared to go outside because of those guys. The clerk has now raised his voice at me and tells me that if I don't leave, he's calling the police. I say, yeah, great idea. Call the police. Those guys are really freaking me out. But that's when the clerk says, I have a gun. I just stare blankly at him. Are you kidding me? I say. This kid looks so scared and shaken himself, and has been watching me like a hawk, so he hasn't even noticed the brutes outside. Now I'm scared that the clerk is going to shoot me. Like, what in the actual fuck? I look outside and don't see the guys anymore. Okay, I'll peek and see where they went. No sign of them. I step outside and start to walk back towards my apartment. As I start to make my way across the main road, which is a pretty wide one, I hear something from behind me. It's the ugly guy, now standing up from his crouched position behind some weedy shrubs in the empty lot next door to the 7-Eleven. I keep walking towards my building, but my front door is exposed and near the street. I don't want him to see which apartment I'm in, so I change direction and head towards my car. As I'm halfway across the street, that's when the big guy starts running at me. I can't turn around and make it back to the 7-Eleven. He's blocking that route. And now his pal is in the white van shouting instructions to him. I'm sprinting towards my car, and the big guy gets really close. He even brushed my back with his hand as he attempted to grab my hair. I make it to my car with a couple of steps to spare. I start it up and pull onto my street, intending to head to another store to yell for help. No cell phones at this time, obviously. Ugly guy now jogs onto my street and stands in the middle of the road just staring at me. His pal is now parked across my street in the van. I'm heading towards the ugly guy and I slow down. And as I slow, he gives me this head tilt and snort, like he's got me cornered. I think many women have seen this head tilt. So infuriating. His stance in the middle of my road, his superior smile at me, and that stupid head nodding completely pisses me off. I punch the accelerator and head right towards him. It takes a minute for my old beat-up car to respond, and he's still smiling at me when he realizes that I'm heading right for him. Now, he turns tail and runs for my car, and his friend from the van is yelling at him to run faster. I keep at him. He runs up onto the sidewalk, and I follow him up over the curb. At the last minute, he dives behind a low cinder block wall. I don't want to hit the wall and stall my car, so I swerve away and head down the street to the 24-hour supermarket. Now I find myself shaking, so I can barely grip the steering wheel. I pull right up to the automatic doors of the store, park my car on the door sensor mat so the doors keep opening and closing. I am more determined than ever to get the police here. I'm furious and still terrified as I run into the store and scream for help. I yell to the manager to call the police, while everyone just stares at me. Manager tells me to move my car. Now, I'm completely pissed off at everyone's lack of response. I go past the manager and start to grab at his phone. That scares him enough to call the police himself. It takes nearly half an hour for the cops to show. They stroll in, look casually around. Manager points at me. I tell them plainly, 2 guys just tried to kidnap me. Follow me, I'll take you to them. I jump in my car and take off at high speed. Run the red light right outside of the grocery store. I figure that'll get the cops to chase me whether they want to or not. I head back to my apartment. My plan worked. The cops followed me. I stop outside my apartment and of course no one is around. They walk up to me, facing me, standing side by side. Just for reference, I was about 120 pounds. I'm 5 feet 7 inches tall and 20 years old at the time. Seemingly not a threatening presence to anyone. I'm facing them. I start telling them the story. As I get to the part about the ugly guy standing up from his crouched position, the younger officer of the two does that same head tilt back, followed with a snort, and says, "Well, what were you wearing?" Once again, what the actual fuck? There's a moment of silence between us while I gape at the chauvinistic guy in uniform. Then, I absolutely lose it. I raise both my arms up and yell, This is what I was wearing. T-shirt and baggy jeans. As I yell this, mind you, I'm about 6 feet away from them. That same young officer reaches for his gun. Luckily, the other, more seasoned officer stops him with a hand to his partner's chest. I'm so shaken and disappointed at this time that I feel like I'm about to cry from frustration. But with all my strength, I don't. I yell at him. I yell, "This is what I was wearing. Does this turn you on? Does this outfit mean I'm allowed to be attacked? What about your girlfriend, your daughter, your mom? Is that all okay?" I'm actually screaming at the two of them at this point. I say, "And what about those guys? How many other women have they grabbed like this? Anyone you know? I want to file a report." They say, "Okay." They both turn around, calm as can be, go to their car, get in, and drive away. No report, no response, nothing. I'm simply left there standing. I still wonder to this day, almost 4 decades removed, how many other women those monsters grabbed, and if they were ever caught. For background, aside from the 10 years that I lived in California, between the ages of 20 and 30, I've lived in Okinawa, Japan for most of my life. Japan is known to be one of the safest countries in the world, and as someone who has lived in both Japan and America, I can confirm this. However, today, I'd like to share with you the time where, as a child, I came to question just how safe Japan really is for a little girl. At the time of this story, the year was around 1996. Time period matters, and you'll see why shortly. It's most likely what saved my life the more that I think about it. I was around 7 or 8 at the time, and I was hanging out at my mom's pharmacy, which I did often while she was working. Her job was a convenient 5-minute walk to my grandma's house, so as a little kid, I would walk back and forth from the pharmacy to my grandmother's, based on who I wanted to spend time with. Now, when you live on the island of Okinawa, it's kind of hard to not notice all of the Americans that inhabit the island. This is due to the large military presence in the Pacific. Funny enough, being half American such as myself, I had always found a sense of familiarity with all of the Americans that I saw on a day-to-day basis. This particular day, evening was beginning to approach, and so was dinner time. So my mom suggested that I walk over to my grandma's house for dinner. I agreed and casually started to make my usual walk from my mom's job to my grandma's house. The street that I walked was busy, cars constantly zooming past, and considering that it was the afternoon rush hour, there were more cars than usual. I was maybe about halfway to my grandma's when out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a black car slow down and pace alongside me. At first, I thought nothing of it. Parking spaces in Japan are limited, and the road that I walked on was lined with different businesses, so I just figured that whoever was in the black car was just slowing down to park their car on the side of the road while they ran into one of the stores. I wasn't expecting what happened next. I heard the window roll down, and then I heard a man's voice call out to me, "Hey girl." I wasn't expecting to hear English, so it jolted me, and I looked up. That's when I saw an American man, still in his military uniform, who was slightly leaning over the passenger side seat. He kept looking at me, but his eyes would occasionally dart to the front of his car to make sure that he didn't hit anything at a slow speed. I stopped, and he stopped his car. I was wondering if he was going to ask me for directions or something like that, but I didn't say a word to him. I just stared. In my own little way, I think I was studying him, trying to feel out his energy. He was smiling, but something about him was giving me bad vibes. He waited for a few seconds to see if I would speak, but since I didn't, he continued. "You don't know me, but I'm friends with your dad," he said with that same smile. "He asked me to give you a ride home." This confused me, because even at nighttime, my parents allowed me to walk back and forth between my mom's job and my grandmother's house. After all, it was a busy street and no more than a 5-minute walk. They rarely ever drove me to and fro. Plus, where I was standing at that moment, I was nearly halfway there. I told the man that I'm okay and that I didn't need a ride, since my destination was right around the corner. That's when the smile on his lips began to waver. "I'm sorry, but your dad insists that I take you," he said, trying to keep a calm and happy voice. He even said that we could go pick up some ice cream. This is when the year that this happened comes into play. About a year before this, in 1995, 3 US military servicemen rented a van and kidnapped a local 12-year-old Okinawan girl. They beat her, duct taped her eyes and mouth shut, bound her hands, and then they took turns assaulting her. This incident caused an uproar with the Okinawans and created massive tension between the US military and Okinawan citizens. There wasn't a single man, woman, or child who didn't know of this case. Even though I was young at the time and didn't really understand the gravity of the situation to the fullest extent, I still knew enough about the story that it made me cautious of strangers. I shook my head and declined the man's offer. The smile completely disappeared from his face as the anger began to show. "Get in the car, you little shit," he growled. At that moment, I needed no further confirmation that something was wrong, and I took off running. Since I grew up in that area, I knew it like the back of my hand. I darted into a short alley nearby, in between a karaoke place and a rotisserie chicken shop. I ran to the street on the other side, which was the same street that my grandma's house was on. I now know that the guy wasn't going to chase me in broad daylight, especially being in his military uniform. After the incident with the 12-year-old local girl, him chasing me would have raised immediate suspicion. There's no way he would have risked it, but at that time, I didn't even try to look back. I just assumed that he was following me and right on my tail. I ran as fast as my little legs could. I quickly found myself out of breath, and it felt like the sides of my stomach were about to split open. I was maybe 2 blocks from my grandma's house, and yet it felt so far away. Eventually, I got there, yanked open the front door, and ran into the house, forgetting to take my shoes off before collapsing into my grandma's arms. Later that night, my dad came to pick me up, and that's when I told him what happened. I was just hoping that it was a misunderstanding and that my dad had sent a friend for whatever reason. But the moment I told him what happened, his face fell. There was a mixture of fear and anger, and he hugged me so tightly. Being an American, especially being associated with the military, was difficult at the time due to the tension created from 3 idiot servicemen from the year prior. My father's biggest pet peeve was the US military and their affiliates doing stupid shit and making the rest of the foreigners look bad. I don't know if my dad did anything with the information I gave him, and if he did, it didn't go anywhere, at least not that I know of. I've walked back and forth from my grandma's house to my mom's pharmacy many times before this incident and since, and beyond that one time, I never saw that guy in his black car again. Although this happened nearly 30 years ago, I still feel compelled to say, because I feel it in my heart, dude in the black car, let's not meet again. When I was a kid, my family and I stayed in a mobile home park in central Wisconsin. While it was parked on a semi-main street in our small town, there was a set of railroad tracks directly behind the property. This was a popular railway, as it carried cargo trains and commuter trains all throughout the state. And it even had a stop at a Wally World theme park about 20 miles north of us. I dropped that last part in there for anybody that may be local. You might just be able to figure out where I was at when all this occurred. I was a teenager in the 8th grade at the time, with no car or transportation other than a bike. The railroad tracks behind our house went in a straight line, leading directly to Walmart. So if I were to bike to Walmart on the streets, it would take me about the same time as if I walked straight down the tracks. So more often than not, I would walk, as I was never really a big fan of riding bikes, and I've had back issues from a young age. On this day in particular, I decided to head to Walmart for dumb kid stuff shortly before the sun was about to set. This detail will come into play a little bit later. Basically, I went to the store and got distracted just looking around, bought some food and drink along with some trading cards, but left as the sun was fully setting. It's about a 20 to 25 minute walk home, and I decided once more to head down the tracks again. At about the 10-minute mark, it was getting pretty dark, and I was generally a fearful and anxious child due to my autism. I was scared of the dark until I was about 14, and would often have nightmares or see things that weren't there in my closet or dark corners of the room. So as it became too dark to see that night, I was beginning to get extremely nervous and hypervigilant. 5 minutes later, I could swear I was hearing footsteps crunching on the rocks lining these tracks. Footsteps that weren't mine. I stopped a few times to listen and confirm someone was walking towards me from a significant distance away. I couldn't see them at this point, due to the darkness around me and lack of lighting across the railroad tracks. I had no phone or flashlight on me of any kind. At this point, I started to freak out internally. At first, I didn't know what to do, but as the sound of the footsteps got closer and closer, I decided to call out and let them know that I was coming towards them. I stopped as I did this and said something along the lines of, "Is someone out there?" While I know this might seem silly as an adult, but I was used to my brain playing tricks on me in the darkness, and I was convinced that I might have been hearing things. To my question, I heard no response. But at this point, the footsteps were getting closer. Still difficult to distinguish over my own, but now I was sure that I heard them. So I stopped. The footsteps continued for a brief moment before they stopped too. I called out once more. "Hello? Is anyone there?" No response again. At this point, I was still prepubescent, and I had a child's voice. I feel like any reasonable adult would have responded and said yes, or "Yeah, I'm just walking by," or whatever, as I had genuine noticeable fear in my voice. After I received no response again, I did my best to convince myself that I was just imagining it, and continued on my journey, at this point being just under 10 minutes from home. I heard them again, footsteps coming closer as soon as I began walking. At this point, fear absolutely took hold. I started yelling and making whooping sounds, thinking it might be some sort of animal. I yelled things like, "I know you're there," and "I have a knife," which was absolute bullshit, but thought it might encourage this person to respond. Yet still nothing. A few times as I was speaking, I would hear the footsteps stop again. Finally, about 3 to 4 minutes later, after stopping multiple times and hearing these footsteps stop and start, I start to see the silhouette of a man materialize out of the darkness. He had on blue jeans and a dark hoodie, with the hood completely masking his face from a distance. I was instantly relieved for whatever reason. Relieved to know that I wasn't crazy maybe. But I began verbally vomiting to this guy that I was just scared, and I didn't know that he was on the tracks for sure. And again, he didn't respond. As we were passing each other, I looked for any reason why he wouldn't be able to hear me or respond. I didn't notice any earbuds, headphone cables, or anything that would keep him from hearing me. Because he didn't respond, I was eyeing him warily as we approached and locked eyes. I'll never forget that chill that ran down my spine. He was staring at me coldly and blankly, with a type of menacing look in his eyes, almost as if he was thinking about what he was going to do. He had his hands shoved in his pockets, and as we passed, he looked like he was going to pull something out of them in his right hand. I was a scrawny kid, and even though I have back problems, I was fast as hell. I didn't need to actually see what he was going to pull out. I just took off. From then on, going down the tracks at a full sprint, and everything else seemed to blur. I tripped and fell twice, as well as soaked myself in mud when I tried to get across the small ditch separating the track from the trailer park before I finally reached my front door. I'm a little ashamed that I never told my mom what had happened, but I'm a little proud that I never walked on those tracks again at night. After typing out this story and reading it through again, I thought I would describe the tracks just a little bit better for context. They themselves are on an elevated hill next to the trailers, and you can either walk a minute in the wrong direction to get on the main road that I live on, or you can cut through this one small spot where some people had put a board down for the exact purpose of getting across the ditch and onto the tracks. The board was broken in half and partially submerged, so it was kind of like you had to jump and land on the board with one foot and then kick off to the other side. The ditch itself is maybe 3 feet across, so it's not a particularly huge jump, but it always had nasty standing water in it. Once you get on the tracks, there's this super long stretch with absolutely no way off, other than venturing onto private property of a factory that the railway delivers goods to, which you could get in trouble for trespassing on. Then there's a junction about 20 minutes down, and another 5 minutes from there, that's where the Walmart is. Due to the fact of this long stretch, I just couldn't get off the tracks when I ran away. This landscape is also what kept me almost within arm's reach of this guy. The one that I could hear, but not see, until it was almost too late. I don't know what he was planning or plotting. In fact, I don't know if he was planning anything at all. While I have a hard time believing this myself, maybe I was a sketchy one to him. But as a kid walking down these dark railroad tracks after sundown, I realized that I was at a disadvantage. I'm glad that I had the sense to run when I did, and didn't continue at my walking pace once this guy was behind me. While I'm sure there are much more horrifying stories on this subreddit, living through this one as a kid definitely inhabited my nightmares for quite some time. This story happened to me several months ago, and if I'm being real, it still freaks me out. I work at a hotel in my town and was driving my husband's truck into work as he was taking mine to the shop to get serviced. My husband has a very large truck, and I only drive it when I absolutely have to. When I pull into the side parking lot of the hotel, I notice the entire lot is covered in snow, and no one can see the lines for the spots. So I begin looking like a moron and try to park in what I hope is a spot, backing up and moving forward several times. When I finally park, I get out of the truck and grab my backpack when I hear someone yelling from the sidewalk located behind the parking lot. "Hey, you need to learn how to park." I'm a bit embarrassed, but just close the truck up, lock it, and begin walking towards the front of the building. Now, the hotel has a side entrance for employees, but it takes a code, and I have a shitty memory, so I just walk to the front and go through the main entrance. That's when I hear the guy yelling again. "Did you hear me, bitch?" I walk faster, not saying a word, but I do take a peek behind me. And to my horror, this guy is now following me. I keep walking, but that's when I call back. "Please just leave me alone. I need to get to work." Before I can reach the corner of the building and make my way to the entrance, this guy grabs my arm and spins me around. I'm never going to forget what this guy looked like as long as I live. He wore dark clothes with a torn up winter coat. His eyes were bloodshot, and he smelled like a combination of cigarettes and whiskey. My guess is that he must have been drunk, but he didn't slur at all when he was speaking. He just yelled right in my face, "You're coming with me." The guy began dragging me back towards my truck, and I tried to pull my arm away from him. "Let go of me," I screamed. "Give me the keys. We're taking a drive." I began yelling for help, and that's when his grip on my arm got tighter. I'm a 26-year-old woman, not skinny, but a lot smaller than this guy. He was dragging me easily, and the snow on the ground just made my feet slide along as he pulled me. "Someone help, please." But no one was near us, so I kept fighting to get away from this guy. I prayed with all my might that there would be guests that could possibly hear me, but it was our slow season, so most likely there was no one in the rooms on that side of the building. As the guy pulls, he turns back to glare at me. "Shut the fuck up and give me the keys." Now, I was carrying my backpack on one shoulder, as it was big and bulky from my uniform and shoes inside. I quickly slipped the strap down my arm, grabbed it, and swung it right into his face. The impact caused the guy to let go of me, and I ran for my life to the front doors. I heard the guy scream, but ignored him. I was way too scared to look back this time. I ran inside and all the way to the employee locker rooms. When I finally calmed down enough, I went up to the front desk to talk to security. Sadly, there are no cameras on that side of the building, so nothing was recorded. Security called the cops, and I made a report. The cops informed the general manager of the hotel that they needed to seriously consider security cameras on that side of the building, as drunks and druggies were known to be in the area. Police took a description of the guy and said they would keep an eye out for him. My manager apologized like crazy about the incident, but I told him that it wasn't his fault. I did, however, ask the security guard to follow me out so I could check on my truck. and thankfully, it was fine. The security guard promised to make more rounds outside, especially that early in the morning. Before anyone asks, yes, after all of this, I told my husband. He drove me to work the next few days, and I was happy to see that security was keeping their word that they would make rounds outside that time of day. They still currently are. I'm driving myself to work again, but I don't get out of my truck until I see the security guard. He watches to make sure that I get inside okay. I think he's also hoping to catch the guy if he ever comes back. I'm also getting pepper spray and maybe a knife. Can never be too careful, I suppose. Sadly, I haven't heard back from the police yet, and I may not ever. Hopefully the guy was scared off from coming back to the area. Or maybe he tried to go back, and the security guard scared him off. Either way, I hope to never see that guy again, unless he's in handcuffs and being taken off to jail. No, he didn't get my backpack. I should have specified, but I held on to it while I ran away. I'm glad I got a good hit in, because if I missed or didn't hit him that hard, he would have easily caught me again. Running with that bag is awkward, and in the moment, I just didn't think to drop it and leave it. If there's any other update, I'll definitely post it here, but for now, creepy kidnapper, let's never meet again. This story takes place in the early 90s. I was 6 years old at the time, living with my parents and my brothers in a duplex. The events of this night are still burned into my memory, even all these years later. To get a feel for where we lived, we were in an end unit of the duplex and had a sliding glass door in our living room that opened to our patio that faced the woods. Our living room couch was against the wall, half in front of the sliding glass door, but angled in a way to see the TV that was against the wall next to the glass door. One of those big old tube TVs, the ones with the wood paneling. So it's Friday night. My father had yet to come home from drinking. So me and my mom camped out on the couch, watching a horror movie marathon. Not to just drop this in here, but I should add that my father would get pretty drunk and was super abusive, so my mom slept with a knife near to wherever she was, especially on those occasions where he would be out late. It was a rough time for us, but we got through it the best we could. My mom's knife of choice was just a kitchen knife. Nothing special, but in a pinch, it would do the trick. Anyway, back to the events of the evening. We were watching Halloween, eating snacks, laughing, and having an enjoyable time. We ultimately fell asleep around 10 p.m. on the couch, my mom cuddling me, as mothers are known to do with their kids. The next thing I know, I wake to my mom screaming. This wasn't an unusual thing in my house, as again, my dad was an abusive drunk. But when I opened my eyes, the first thing I see is a tall, thin man in a black hoodie standing over us. This was not my dad. My eyes met his, and I was frozen. But thankfully, my mom's a fast-thinking woman. She grabbed the knife from the coffee table, lunged at him before he could do anything towards us. The man stumbled backwards, and as he regained his footing, he ran out the open sliding glass door. My mom jumped up in a swoop, slammed the door shut, and locked it. She then called the police. Once the police got there, they figured that he had used a knife of his own to pop the lock on our patio door. The reason they thought this is because plain as day, laying in our sitting area, there was a separated blade and handle. So when he had popped the door, he had actually popped his knife. They also found a bunch of cigarette butts that weren't my parents'. The police also said that whoever that was, he was probably sitting out there watching us all night before getting up the courage to make his way in. The cops said they had several calls of a peeping Tom around our complex over the past couple of months. For whatever reason, that guy chose our house to be the first one that he prowled in. Shortly after this incident, my parents ended up getting a divorce, so we moved in with my grandma. Thankfully, no more encounters with tall, skinny hooded man. But still to this day, I check all locks before I go to bed. Twice even. We also have a specially made pole wedged between our glass patio door and the door frame. Looking out a window at night still makes me uneasy. Uneasy that someone might be on the other side, just watching. That very thought makes me shiver every time I have it. Back in December of 2015, I was making a north-south cross-country drive through the Midwestern United States. I was a university student at the time, a woman in my young 20s, driving home for the semester break. I was driving south through Kentucky on I-65 at around 11:30 p.m., still about an hour away from the city where I was going to sleep for the night. There were no other cars on the road at all, and I hadn't seen any for a while. That part of I-65 was a 6-lane divided highway, 3 lanes for each direction, in the area south of Mammoth Cave National Park, just northeast of Bowling Green, Kentucky. I was changing the music on my phone when I noticed an 18-wheeler coming up behind me in the rearview mirror. I stopped what I was doing, clicked off the phone, and waited for the truck to pass. The truck got right even with my car, and instead of completing the pass, matched my speed and stayed right beside me. Then, to my surprise, the driver turned on a spotlight on the side of the truck, which shone directly down into the cabin of my car and right upon my face. I was truly confused, as I had never seen a truck do anything like this before. The driver kept the light on my car for what seemed like a very long minute. The entire time that light was on me, my stomach felt like it was in the back of my throat. I kept my gaze straight ahead. I did my best to slow my speed so that the truck would finish passing me. The driver eventually turned off the light and completed the pass, moving from the middle lane to the right lane in front of my car. I was still creeped by this, so I slowed down some more and changed to the leftmost lane to put some space between me and this big rig. As soon as I moved to the fast lane, the truck matched my speed once more and moved back over to the middle lane to come parallel to my car. The driver once again turned the light on, shining it directly into the passenger side of my car cabin. I had now confirmed that this truck driver was definitely following me, and what's more, being super creepy while he did it. I still kept my gaze straight ahead because I felt like looking over would somehow make it worse. The truck turned off the spotlight and pulled in front of my car in the fast lane. I decided to move away again, changing lanes behind the truck back over to the rightmost lane and then speeding up to pass. I was back up around the speed limit again, maybe 70-75 miles per hour. By the time I completed my merge, I saw the truck beginning to shift lanes towards me once more and speeding back up to match me. Before they could pull up next to me again, I decided it was time to get the hell out of there, and I floored it. I sped up to about 90, the fastest I'd ever driven in my life, and I put maybe a mile of distance between me and the truck before slowing myself down some. I looked up to the rearview mirror, and I will never forget the image. This big, orange tractor trailer, illuminated by the street lamps of a highway interchange, absolutely devouring the distance that I had put between us. The truck was charging up behind me at an unbelievable speed for a vehicle that big. I sped up again, but it didn't matter. The truck had caught up to me, pulled beside me once more, and turned on that damn spotlight. I stared straight ahead, keeping my speed, not daring to look over. It was at this time that I decided my only advantage was the maneuverability of my small car. I hit my brakes and dropped back behind the 18-wheeler, moving into the middle lane behind their truck. They moved over into the right lane, and I moved over behind them again. I decided to stay right behind the truck in its blind spot so that they wouldn't be able to see me. I saw a sign for an exit and decided that this would be my escape route. I continued to wait behind the truck until the last possible moment. And once the body of the truck was beyond the point where the exit split away, I darted out from behind it and took that exit. Thoroughly shaken at that point, I wondered how far away from the interstate I should go and if the truck would just come looking for me. I ended up pulling into a Wendy's right by the freeway. I parked and got out. I inspected my vehicle, looking to see if there was any damage, thinking maybe the driver was trying to warn me of something wrong with my car. There was nothing wrong with it. I waited at the Wendy's for a little while to make sure that the truck was long gone before getting back on the interstate and continuing to my hotel. After the break, when I drove back to school, I did not use I-65. Late night drives on wide open freeways still give me the willies. And while I wouldn't say that I have a fear of semi-trucks, I definitely notice them on the road more now than ever before this. I'm 41 years old and female, but when I was around 20, I attended college in Northeast Pennsylvania. I lived off campus and had a part-time job at the local mall. The mall just happened to be about a mile away, and I would walk to and from work regularly. The mall generally closed at 9 p.m., and I would finish my closing tasks and start walking home around 9:30, maybe 10 at the latest. Occasionally, I could get a ride home with a coworker, but most of them were high schoolers getting picked up by their parents. One night, I was walking my familiar route home. There were never really many people out and about downtown until I got back onto campus, which I would cut across to get home. This night, I was only a few blocks from the mall when I noticed a van parked on the next corner. I noticed it, but I didn't think anything of it initially. There were always a smattering of cars parked around. I mean, it's a public street anyway. The van appeared to be running, and the headlights were on. As I got a bit closer, I noticed that the sliding door on the side was wide open. I definitely noticed, but assumed that someone must be loading something in or out of one of the local businesses along this street. As I began to walk past the van, there was a sudden flurry of movement to my left. Apparently, there had been a man crouched behind a dumpster there, and he was running straight at the open van door. The scariest part of this was that I was directly between him and that open van door. He was trying to shove me into the van. I screamed, and I can only credit my complete awkward lack of coordination for what happened next. I tripped and stumbled when he surprised me, so when he hit me, I was already sort of falling to the ground. The force that he hit me with only got my head and shoulders into the open door, while the majority of my body landed outside on the ground. I remember that he grabbed me around the waist and was trying to hoist me up and through the door. But because he smacked me pretty well, I was just a bit out of it and was absolutely dead weight. He jumped over me into the van, grabbed a handful of my hair, and began to pull me off the ground by it, trying to load me into the back of this vehicle. This is when headlights from a car turning down the street washed over me, and I could briefly see that my attacker was a white guy in a black hoodie. When I saw this car approaching, I screamed louder and started wildly flailing my arms. I heard their brakes screech, and this guy, whoever he was, let go of my hair. I scrambled away from him, and the hooded bastard slammed the door shut and seconds later accelerated away. As they pulled off, a cute little white-haired Polish woman exited the car that had turned down the street at the exact right moment to save me. She hugged me and told me that I was safe. It was only then that I realized I was still screaming. This woman sat on the sidewalk with me and then walked me to her car. Cell phones were relatively new and neither of us had one. She drove me to the police station and stayed with me while I answered questions and made a report. As far as I know, they never caught the guy. My housemate with a car let me borrow it any time that I was going to go to work after that. And that was the last time that I ever walked around downtown after sunset. I had nightmares for a while. I couldn't help but think of what could have happened to me had that older woman not come by when she did, or if I had fallen directly into the back of that van and not halfway into the gutter.